likes, 16 million views on this. You can just make up anything about anyone nowadays, and people just be like, all right, I believe it. Does this suit my agenda? Does this make me feel like I have a sense of community if I go along with it? Is this destroying my ideological opponents that I have been positioned and primed into hating? Then I'm on board. I don't care. No one is going to fucking look into it. Okay? As a matter of fact, it's bad to look into it. Do not look into it. That's the attitude that people have here. Okay? That is the process now. That is the modus operandi. It's gotten so much worse because of Twitter. I cannot state this enough. It is so much worse. These things used to be relegated to email chains that your grandparents were sending to one another, and now it's everywhere. It's completely escaped containment. The U.S. must immediately grant emergency waivers to China-focused nonprofits. The U.S. is not able to do this. Governments around the world that value democracy, human rights, and truth must step in and find a way to restore funding to these organizations. I mean, I suspect that, is this one of the think tanks that gets U.S. aid grants? Like, she's literally just tweeting about this because, like, she's getting her funding cut. Now, another example of this can also be seen. Another example of this can also be seen in the way people treat even like online drama and shit too, like the minutia. Like people regularly will be like, "Your dad is a billionaire. Your dad is a billionaire," about me, and then they'll point to like some AI-made article. He's not. I take care of my family, including my dad, and I'm very proud to do so. But people will just believe it and they'll go along with it. Because why? Well, because fuck Hassan. That's why. So it's from every aspect, all the way from the most inconsequential shit like streamer drama, okay, all the way up to massively consequential and important issues. They scream fake news media, so they're more likely to buy into those garbage AI sites peddling garbage as independent journalists. Yeah. Pretty sure you need a billionaire dad to afford a house in West LA? No, I am the person who makes the money. What are you talking about? And people would just unironically go along with a lie, then investigate the truth because the lie makes you feel good. That's it. A key part of China's agenda is to persuade its own citizens and the world, falsely and through deception and coercion, that democratic systems are not better. Beijing claims this system is the best way to guarantee economic prosperity and stability. It is difficult and time-consuming to do the work that provides Beijing is lying. Except the reality of a centrally controlled government being more efficient is not actually done through propaganda. It's done through just the reality. Okay? Their development projects are better than ours. Okay? The Western liberal capitalist democracies have been failing for the past couple of decades now. They've been on a downtrend, whereas China in that process has greatly improved both their economy and the material conditions for as many Chinese citizens as possible. Okay? And they've done this because there is centralized control. That's it. You can't just like propagandize that into existence by saying, oh yeah, we're actually doing great. It's just something that you experience. It's something that you see with your own two eyes. I guess the point that they're trying to make is that what is happening is the American government can no longer propagandize against that to make Americans think like, no, Chinese people are eating dogs and rats and I do think that America should combat that, is by also doing development projects on our own. That's it. It's that simple. It's odd that people do not recognize that, you know? Anyway, people get so mad when you speak positively of China. I want our government to do similar development projects. That's all I want, okay? I want our government to actually actively compete with China. Just like in the Cold War when we competed with the USSR for the space race, I just wish that the American government, if they were going to do a Cold War again, which we are doing already, I just wish that we would compete with China, not by taking on more restrictive and more censorious approaches that exist in China, and competing with them on that front, on the surveillance state front. Instead, compete with them on, you know, bullet trains, robust infrastructure projects. It's very frustrating. We take none of the good and all the bad. Without the work that China nonprofits do, it would be much harder to show that China's governance model is deeply flawed if we can no longer prove that. Yeah, I mean, she's basically saying, like, we can't shit on China effectively if USAID doesn't fund a lot of our NGOs and whatnot. Do you believe that the shift to the extremely right-wing politics and economics could open the door to swing in the opposite direction? Democrats seem to be trying to get closer to center, which may kill an opportunity for more social safety nets and future admins. Yeah, I don't think that the Democratic Party is going to direct us out of this problem. I don't think they're going to guide us or lead us out of this problem.
I'm not sure if Democrats will ever show up ever again, maybe.
Unfortunately. Yeah, they want to do stuff like this. Why don't you ever debate with Asmongold? He thinks all immigrants should get kicked out, even the good, hardworking immigrants. Hashtag DACA.
He just did.
I would be down to do that. I have no issues. I have debated Asmongold in the past, and of course, I would. I'd be down to debate him in the future if he wants to do that. He can hit me up. You know. Anyway, I think it's because of how fast China grew that America couldn't catch up. Lol. Needed excuses after that. My God, now that they think USAID was sending money to Jeffrey Epstein, not realizing that it's a different Jeffrey Epstein, we're honestly in parody mode. Yeah, this is insane, dude. The Kaiser Foundation Health Plan Incorporated gave $265,000 to Jeffrey Epstein, who was a director at Kaiser Permanente. Jeffrey Epstein, unfortunately, is a very common name. Okay, it's an unfortunate one, but it's a common one. What are we doing? What do you think is more likely, that they actually were actively giving money to this guy, or do they think that it was actually, Jeffrey Epstein who passed away and they're still giving him money, not realizing that it's a totally separate person? Yeah, this is literally an SNL skit. Harvey Epstein, who was also a real guy, or was the guy's name also Jeffrey Epstein, or it was Harvey Epstein, right? Harvey Epstein for city council. Anyway. Yeah, here it is.
It's true what they say. New York City does not sleep.
Or Jeffrey
Weinstein.
Weinstein.
We need a city council that reflects who we are. Tough, resilient, and ready to lend a helping hand. It's why we need Harvey Epstein.
Who was apparently a real dude, which is crazy. Anyway, there it is. Doge telling NOAA to reduce the staff by 50% and funding the agency to 30%. They weren't auditing the weather career field. They're slashing it. They're likely going to go after NWS next. Also, where is it? There was another thing. They're trying to slash the CDC, which is also ridiculous. It's just terrifying stuff, okay? These are all of the... It's ironic because, like, these are the things that are good about the federal government. These are the good things. These are the good things about the federal government. And it's very frustrating that they're taking away all of the things that make this country run, okay? Oh.
I have caught a mobile game stealing from me, and I can prove it. I know mobile games are a pretty big thing these days, especially with everyone having phones in their pockets, and there just seems like there's all kinds of new mobile games released all the time, whether you hear about them or not. A lot of these end up having a lot of players. I personally don't really play a whole lot of mobile games, so I don't keep up on this a whole lot. But this particular one was only brought to my attention because of them stealing from me. And huge shouts to all the people who did message me about this, just be like, hey man, did you see this? And it's, yes, I did, but thank you to everyone who did try to help point this out to me. So the game in question is available on Google Play, and I assume the Apple Play Store as well. It's called Legends Reborn Last Battle. And looking into it, it just looks like kind of your typical idle fantasy RPG where your guys just kind of fight for you. You don't really do a whole lot. You know, one of those games. I did manage to find actual gameplay of it, courtesy of the YouTube user Anime Manga. So yeah, looks like you just kind of, you get different heroes with different star ratings or whatever, and they come in and use special moves. And then you win a bunch of stuff. Whatever, who cares? That's not the important part. What is important is how they've been advertising this particular game. And again, this was only brought to my attention thanks to people messaging me over on my Instagram account, ProJaredGram. Again, thank you to everyone who did that and emailed me. This is on their official Instagram account. And on Instagram, it's called Magnum Quest. We'll get into why on that is in a moment. But this is kind of all their posts. It's like new version available, some holiday events, maybe you get some free stuff, some big booba fantasy women. However, they did put out what I believe was a video or story advertising their game, and this is what that advertisement looked like. That's Final Fantasy III. Behold, a wondrous adventure awaits thee, and they're just showing footage of Final Fantasy III. Oh, wait. That's mine. This isn't just any Final Fantasy III footage. This is my Final Fantasy III footage. It's pretty easy to prove if you didn't catch it right away. All the character names from there are the exact same character names that I used in my videos, both in the Final Fantasy III review video that's on this channel, and I did a recorded gameplay series of this entire game over on my gameplay channel. And this is all just footage from that. Who else names their characters Peeb, Jerd, Joof, and Ian? Now, more importantly, you'll also notice that this is Final Fantasy III footage, but for just like half a second in there, you can actually see just a brief snippet of footage from Final Fantasy I. Yeah, right there. That screen does not appear in Final Fantasy III at all, so it would be weird if they were just trying to look for Final Fantasy III footage and throw that into their advertisement video. And that's because they didn't just grab random Final Fantasy III gameplay and then did some fun edits and all that to make their advertisement video. That's my Final Fantasy III video. Those edits are mine, and they just threw it up onto their account. And again, I can easily prove this. This is my Final Fantasy III video.
So we're bringing them back. Our heroes
including
are once
me
again
naming them.
Jerd, Joof, and Ian.
This is making me watch my own videos, which is so cringe. And it starts right there. Like, that's my actual gameplay footage. Right into this. They certainly cut some things out and sped things along, that's for sure, but everything here is basically step for step my footage.
After making their way through the cave and killing a turtle,
complete with the land turtle fight, going in here with the crystal. Here, this is my footage. Like, literally, when I give them the job, showing them dancing, complete with my own zoom into the monk, and doing a 2010s era YouTube edit of just keyframes shaking around the footage a lot. Clearly, cut out some segments, somewhere in the middle, and kind of sped things along, like, put it all in double speed, basically, to make it a little more... The whole thing's double speed, just to make it a little more exciting and all that. But that's my footage. Basically frame to frame. Now it's at this point that I feel compelled to say that I have nothing to do with this game. They did not ask me for permission to use this footage. I do not endorse this game. I've never heard of it before. I've never had contact with them whatsoever. They just took my footage to try to advertise their own game. So this is me saying, I don't know what this is or what this is about, and I have nothing to do about it. And I think that's probably the biggest problem with this, is that not only they just took my footage blatantly and didn't even try to hide it, I don't want people to think that I somehow okayed this or allowed it, because I didn't. And therein lies the problem. People could see this and think it's some sort of a weird endorsement of the game when I'm not. Even worse is, obviously, this has nothing to do with their actual game that looks like this, so why did they show Final Fantasy III video? Now again, this came from their Instagram account that is labeled Magnum Quest, which is the Legends Reborn Last Battle, which is what it's called now. It's the exact same game. This just gone through, based on my research, several rebranding. It had Magnum Quest, and then they ended that game, and then just relaunched it again. Basically the exact same thing, calling it Magnum Quest 2, until the end of service of that game, and then relaunched it again in its current form, Legends Reborn Last Battle. I don't know exactly for sure how long ago that was, but 3 different games, all the same one, and they're still using my footage to basically advertise that. Now, I'd like to give them the benefit of the doubt and just say, maybe this was a harmless mistake. Maybe there was just, maybe they have a social media manager for their Instagram account that just wanted to do something and needed to get a post out and they didn't know what else to do, so they just threw up some whatever, in their mind, generic fantasy game gameplay to throw up onto their account and have people see it. So could be a small, isolated incident that was just only on Instagram and, harmless mistake. So anyway, here's it doing the exact same thing over on their Facebook page. The worst part about this is that I had to create a Facebook account just so I could look at this, so that's probably the most egregious pain they've caused me. At least some of the comments have kind of noticed this. This is literally Final Fantasy III for the NES. The game looks nothing like this. Literally Final Fantasy. Looks like Final Fantasy 2. I could be wrong, but that's a Final Fantasy game. I hope Pro Jared sees this and sues you. Way ahead of you, buddy. So this is a lot of very weird false advertising on multiple fronts. One, I have nothing to do with it. Two, nothing like Final Fantasy 3. And three, they definitely didn't get permission from Square Enix to use their game to promote their game. There's so many layers of wrong here that I don't even really know how to broach this and really explain all the problems, or even go to, say, Google or Apple Play and say, hey, this isn't right. Now again, maybe this was an isolated incident, and maybe they just, again, have someone on their social media team that happened to be a big fan of mine or something, and they just really liked my videos and they wanted to show a little bit of love and support or something, and they didn't know what else to do. That could be the case. That would be neat. We'll say probably not. But more importantly, I want to show you this. We're going to go back to the Google Play page for it, and we're going to go down to the reviews. Currently, this game has a rating of 3.9 out of 5 stars after 77,500 views. So if you can look at all the reviews, though, and then go to some of the newest ones, this is where we start to see more issues. Obviously, there's going to be some people in here who freezes and crashes, keep on getting disconnected, can't download the update, etc., etc. So people are having technical issues, so they retaliate by giving it a low review. And you can see here that the company behind this, Ace Game International Limited, frequently responds to these people saying, dear player, we are sorry that you've encountered such a problem in the game. Can you contact us through the game's customer service, which will help us to get your equipment and other blah, 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 blah. Okay. So that actually kind of prompted responding to people and trying to, smooth things out, like, in doing all that. But looking into these reviews, some of these recent ones, that's where we see more of a problem, and this establishes a repeated pattern of them stealing footage to falsely advertise their game. I will always leave a 1-star review for false advertising. I was led here by an ad that showed gameplay of Final Fantasy 1, trying to play on the nostalgia value of a game that this one clearly has nothing to do with. 1 star. I mean, it was Final Fantasy 3, but, there's a lot of similarities between them, so I can't really fault the guy there. Gameplay didn't even come close to ad play. Not even as good as the graphics shown in video to garbage. Instead, another scamming game trash. Dear Redeemer, thank you for your valuable feedback. If you have any other feedback suggestions, blah, 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 blah. Frustrating experience with false advertising. This game is an absolute disappointment. They run ads promising codes, but none of them work. It feels like a blatant bait and switch tactic to lure players in. To make matters worse, the customer service is abysmal, non-responsive, and unhelpful. What's even more infuriating is that the developers don't allow players to leave feedback on the forum, completely shutting down any chance for constructive criticism. Dear Redeemer, thank you for your valuable feedback. Blah, 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 blah. It's meh. And then we come across this review, which was only a week or two before the Final Fantasy 3 footage was used. The ad made it look like Eye of the Beholder, but it's nothing like that. I wouldn't have downloaded it if the screenshots had been honest, as in Advanced Dungeons and Dragons Eye of the Beholder. A classic DOS game from the late 80s was also ported to the Super Nintendo in 1993. So just for the record, this is what the gameplay of Eye of the Beholder looks like. This is the Super Nintendo version, and I'm showing the footage here from one of my favorite YouTube channels, SNES Drunk. Huh, okay. So maybe they're using the gameplay of not just my Final Fantasy 3 review, but several other games. But again, maybe it was just a coincidence. Maybe they're just, screwing up real bad somehow. ripping off Shining Force for their Facebook ads.
Deceptive ads use stolen gameplay videos from the old game Shining Force. If they lie to get players, what will they do to players once they have them?
Does Sega know that you're using video footage from Shining Force 2 for your ads? Oops, they do now. Used an old Sega game for FB ad. For fucking shame on you. False advertising. Please use your own game for advertising. This is gameplay from Little Nightmares series, which without even looking at the game, I won't be downloading it. Do better. Dear Redeemer, thank you for your valuable feedback. If you have any other feedback or suggestion, in an ad, I saw Luffy and his crew, and you could get them when you sign in, so I downloaded the game but saw no One Piece characters. Fake advertisement I uninstalled after finding out. So not only were they using other video games to advertise their crappy mobile game, they also started using just whatever they wanted. In this case, apparently, they used One Piece, which, you know, when any mobile game uses other IPs in their advertisements, it's natural to believe that, oh, there's some sort of crossover event. I can get my favorite characters from whatever franchise in this mobile game. That'd be kind of neat. But you know what? That stuff works. You know what else I just noticed back on the original video post is that we're right next to where it says play game. Next to it, it says embark on a D&D quest anytime, anywhere. So once again, using another property to try to sell their game. Speaking of other properties, what if they just use stuff that had nothing to do with fantasy medieval adventure, such as, is it just me or do they change the name of this game every couple of years to get new players? The ad for it was also a bunch of MCU characters for some reason. Lol, 2 stars for the bait and switch. Where's that post? I want to see them trying to use Marvel to sell their game. Imagine coming across this of a idle battler where you can have like wizards and mages and barbarians and stuff next to Iron Man and I don't know, Moon Knight. What this is establishing is that this was not an isolated incident of them trying to use another game to try to sell theirs, whether it's using my footage or using other IPs. They're doing this repeatedly. Not only that, they're shutting their game down multiple times and then relaunching it as, from what I can tell, fundamentally the exact same game, just under a different name. And I wonder if they're doing that, is it to possibly to get new players? Or it's because their old game somehow got in trouble, and to get around and circumvent having to deal with that, they just quote-unquote made a new one.
I saw the ad with Marvel characters, so I downloaded the game. It's clearly a lie. Hopefully they'll get sued and go out of business. Every time someone points out their fake ads, they just say thanks for the feedback. Scummy companies, stay far away, see their response for proof.
Dear Redeemer, thank you for your valuable feedback. If you have any other feedback or suggestion, please feel free to contact us. Where's Deadpool and Wolverine? That's the main reason I downloaded it, because it showed that you could get them and they looked awesome.
Fake ads, I hate you.
And that's all that I just found from going backwards about 6 months or so through reviews. So who knows how long they've actually been doing this. It could be longer. So yeah, hopefully I've demonstrated that they've clearly stolen footage from my Final Fantasy III video, which, you know, that's not hard to debate there. But more importantly, they've been doing this repeatedly with other games. And not just with other games, but any properties they could do, like One Piece or even Marvel. And yet after all of that, shockingly, they still have a rating of a 3.9 out of 5. That still seems pretty high, despite a lot of people seeing that they're just falsely advertising their game over and over again. But the big thing, which again, I'm going to state very clearly here, I have nothing to do with. I do not endorse this game, nor did I give them permission to take my video, nor have they contacted me at all in any way. I found out the same way other people found out when I saw this advertisement, and thanks to the people who did message me on Instagram about it. And that's my biggest personal struggle, is that I don't want people thinking I'm associated with this, and I'm trying to make it very, very clear that I am not. So what do I do from here? I don't know. I guess I could try contacting them at legendscs@aceplaying.com, being like, hey, you stole my footage, take it down. And people have taken notice. Here are a couple comments basically saying, you stole this footage from Pro Jared. I realize bringing all of this up, I'm essentially throwing a pebble at a tidal wave, because there's just so many of these, and there's so many examples of these kinds of mobile games that are doing predatory practices to steal and con money out of people. But it's important for me to make you all aware of this, that I had nothing to do with it, and they're probably going to keep going around and stealing footage from other games to advertise theirs, because consequences be damned, because there probably won't be any. And I guess the last thing I can do to all of you, as someone who makes it a point to try to review RPG games, I will say, don't play this one.
But having said that, I don't want Ethan to be set. I want him to have a healthy, normal stream. I just want him to leave me alone for the most part. I don't think he will, but I think it's just. What did I do last time to fix my Twitter? It was broken again. What? Okay. What is happening? Let me turn it off and turn it on again. Ay. Let's see if it works now. Cute ass dog in the background. She's sleeping. She's snoring. Just give up on political commentary and become a cam model at this point, bro. One, thank you for saying I have what it takes to be a cam model. And two, why would I do that? Here. Chatter was asking for how certain things are clipped out of context. Here. This is a great example. An inbred douchebags in the background.
Like, they're just dudes standing back there.
Entirely comprised of
and this is an ongoing like joke with this community. These are just benign dudes. Just I don't know what the they're doing. It looks like they're doing charity or something. It looks like they've got water or box.
They're doing charity. Remember, by the way, this is a video that he quote unquote researched for months.
Or something, like they're helping, and he's going, "Oh, look at these inbred." So it's like, bro, who are you? Who are you? Like, how dare you?
Guys, the Israeli police is investigating the attack on the Gaza aid convoy.
Israeli security forces are paid to stop this happening. They either could not or would not, but clearly did not prevent Israeli settlers attacking an aid convoy yesterday from the West Bank bound for Gaza, where, say aid agencies, hundreds of thousands of civilians face famine.
But during the unloading and loading, settlers attacked these trucks, destroying the products and burning them in a systematic act of sabotage.
A continuation of images seen yesterday as settlers destroyed food at the same crossing point.
So, does that make sense? Do you understand now? Every single clip that he used, every single one, is exactly like this. Coming from a place where, I'm afraid to say, the person making this content nuke is not necessarily knowledgeable on the matter and simply wanted to shit sling. And I think to a certain degree, especially in his own community, it did work. It presented him as someone who was genuinely wronged, right? By a radical who scared him. A radical who lied to him. When in fact, I never hid my political perspective. We had a political podcast. Anyway, so I just want, and I mean this in all sincerity, I want him to get better. Like, yes, I definitely have been in my feelings about this sort of thing, but who wouldn't be? This is coming after, 6-7 months of endless begging for deplatforming, actively collaborating with the likes of Dan Saltman and Sex Pestiny. But having said that, I don't want Ethan to be set. I want him to have a healthy, normal stream. I just want him to leave me alone for the most part. I don't think he will, but I think it's just like things are not going to get better for him. And this is his own doing. And I don't think he'll be able to. I think he's just going to keep increasing and upping the ante and saying more and more unhinged things because he's not thinking clearly in this process. And any kind of statement I make about this, is not going to reach him in a positive way. From what I understand, he's saying his next nuke that he's going to make another one is going to be spiteful, as though the first one wasn't. And yeah, I don't know if he recognizes that this is his own doing. But yeah, where's that one chatter who asked that question? I assume he f***ed off immediately after coming in and saying, like, this is, Nah, he said some other stupid shit. I mean, that's clearly not the messaging of the video. If you're saying his claim is you scared him, do you have any media literacy whatsoever? Do you think I need media literacy to understand a YouTube drama slop video? Like, what are you talking about? You're making it seem like this is a formative work. It's very clear what the intention of the video is. And also, notice how you move the needle, you move the goalpost. I said that it's out of context. You demanded I describe to you what the context is, and you immediately moved on, and you're like, well, that's not the major point of the video. At a certain point, you have to understand, like, okay, well, if this is incorrect, do you like being incorrect? I guess you do. I guess you don't care. I myself, I don't like being incorrect. Almost like this chatter wasn't approaching you in good faith. Yeah, I know. How do you know he collaborated with Sex Pestiny? Ethan claims not to know.
Sex
He
Pestiny.
used, untitled, unlisted videos from DGG Orbiter accounts that were titled Hamasabi. And also Dan Saltman admitted that he was emailing back and forth with Ethan. Also, he does know who Destiny is. What are you talking about? I've had conversations with him about Destiny before. He has had conversations with me about Destiny before. He knows exactly who the Destiny is. That's crazy. People forget. Destiny used to call him a R-word all the time. You know, back when Ethan was my ally. Yeah. He also used, like, Photoshop memes that DDGers made for the Frogan memes. To them, the reality is, he won't stop. He wants to take the mantle of D. Did you move? It feels weird in this angle? No. This is something that I've warned other hate slop tubers about in the past. If your entire content revolves around, like, toxicity and bad faith, flipped out of context shit about a content creator that has a, you know, fairly sizable audience of haters, and if your job is to simply make videos like that, you can only tap that vein so much until it runs dry. And then the community that you've cultivated turns into one that is only seeking that out, and they'll move on, and that's it. Like, we had a lot of crossover audience members, and I think he wants to retain the remainder in an effort to be like, this is why I've been doing this, here's why it's justifiable. And since the quote-unquote content nuke didn't work, now he's just gonna go and you know, engage in petty shit, slander, and there's already enough haters of mine out there that they'll entertain anything. In the same vein as the way, you know, Trump supporters will agree to whatever kind of idiotic thing that Ian Miles Wrong is posting. That's it. It's just like making that kind of taking the initiative and making that kind of content is not for someone who has any sort of kindness in their heart. And even if you kill that kindness in your heart, you still won't be able to maintain it because it's so fucking toxic. And at a certain point, people are going to be like, you're using these sorts of clips out of context. Here are the million different instances where people have used clips of you from the past. You know what I mean? Like, he's a person who I thought had grown from his past behavior. The H3 subreddit is insane now, and Ethan copy strike the Snark Reddit for doing exactly what they're doing. Yeah, I saw. Sometimes it pops up on my Reddit. It's shocking how much a community can turn in like a matter of 6 months. Like, it's pretty crazy. Actively. Did you just admit to having a Reddit? Yes, I go on Reddit from time to time. It is pretty crazy because that community used to hate Destiny for understandable reasons, and they used to regularly point out that Destiny's commentators, Destiny's community is like actively brigading it, and now they love it. So yeah, it truly has turned into something different, in my opinion.
In the next weeks and months, as this bombshell has its effects across the world. Of course, we'll pretend that didn't happen. Mr. Trump says it's a wake-up call. Yeah, it sure is. And you've been asleep in a lot of ways if you haven't been able to see all of this coming. I want to talk to you today about DeepSeek, an obscure, small Chinese startup in the technology field that has shaken literally
Why
the
won't
whole
you type
world,
this?
starting with the collapse of this week in the stock market here in New York, as one sign of what this little company has been able to achieve. This is another milestone in the decline of the American capitalist system relative to its number one competitor. It's always been true in human history that you can delay technical change, but you can never stop it. The newcomers borrow, steal, buy the old technology from those who went before and quickly understand the gains to be made from taking it further. The Chinese are shifting from specialists in copying technology from the West to becoming the pioneer who develops it and begins to have to worry about who will copy them. It's a small company. It started in May of 2023. That's not very long ago, a little over a year and a half. It was started by an individual Chinese entrepreneur. A small company like
God damn it.
many startups.
I couldn't type and fight because this game doesn't like that. I wasn't paying attention.
Which stimulates,
God damn it.
supports, finances, encourages, startup new companies. His name is Liang Wenfeng, and he followed a directive from the very top of Chinese society that they want to be independent of the United States, which is hardly surprising given the hostility of the United States to them. They wanted to be independent of the chip industry in the United States, partly because it was more advanced than the Chinese. It isn't so much anymore. And because the United States government was blocking, banning export of chips and chip-making machinery to China, thereby trying, not successfully, to hold back Chinese economic and particularly technical development. Long story short, using way less money, I mean a tiny fraction of what the money has been in this country devoted to artificial intelligence and the chips that make it possible, for much, much less money, they produced a product, an AI product, as good in some ways, better in other ways than what was coming out of the huge monopolies here in the United States that control that industry. And you know who they are because they're in the newspaper every day. And as if to make it clear to the rest of the world what dominates in this country, President Trump's inauguration had behind him in the prime chairs next to the president the heads of these big monopolies, not the political officials that run this society. If you ever needed a symbol of what counts and what doesn't, there you had it. But now the Chinese have upended all of that. They not only produced with much less money an equal or better product, but they also made it freely available around the world via the internet. An extraordinary combination of moves you don't often see. It's almost as if the Chinese were trying to use this breakthrough technologically that they achieved as a way to show the whole world that the dynamic center of capitalism these days, what we in the United States call high tech or Silicon Valley or words like that, that they are able to compete and win there too. It's like the BYD corporation that you may not have heard about either, that now has produced the best quality and cheapest electric vehicles in the world, or the solar panels that the Chinese now dominate the world economy because they can produce the best quality at the lowest price. What we are seeing is nothing less than demonstration after demonstration of the technical prowess of the Communist Party of China that governs the state there, that supervises their mixed economy. Half private capitalist enterprises, half government-owned and operated enterprises. This hybrid experiment, that is what the Chinese have pioneered. That's what they mean when they say we have socialism with Chinese characteristics. And let me show you some of the lessons coming out of what the deep-seek achievement means. A small company can do better than huge monopolistic giants, you know, whose leaders were sitting there behind President Trump up there during the inauguration. A little company can often be more innovative and more efficient than the big ones. That's a lesson difficult to confront here in the United States, where we have allowed the giants, the Amazons, the Apples, all of them to be super monopolistic enterprises, giving their executives billions and billions of dollars, while most other Americans are worried about next month and next year's finances. But it isn't only the small versus large where this lesson is to be taken. It's also China versus the United States. This is another example, like the electric vehicle, like the solar panels, and more, that they have caught up, that they are now a super powerful economy, differently organized, but able to compete at the highest technical level. These inventions are coming from China, not from Germany or Britain or Italy, and I could go on. Not facing that, which is an American specialty, is like the ostrich with its head in the sand, so it doesn't have to face the wind that's coming toward it. Then there's the old socialism versus capitalism argument. Socialism doesn't stimulate innovation. Gee, China calls itself socialist, and China is proving that its socialism is very innovative, even against the hostility and the discrimination from the giant of capitalism, which is still the United States. And then there's the argument between capitalists and socialism about efficiency. It took billions here in the United States to develop AI chips that the Chinese have just shown us can be done, not with billions, but with $6 or $7 million. Yes, I know there are details we don't know yet, and they will modify the story. That is always true. But these parameters, these measures of difference are enormous and are not about to be undone by whatever we find out in the next weeks and months, as this bombshell has its effects across the world. No, a socialism proved it could be innovative and proved it could be efficient more so than its capitalist competitors. It's a sign of a declining system. We take billions and a long time to what the new upcomer shows us could be done with lots less money in lots less time. This efficiency and innovation we're talking about is boosting the Chinese economy. People looking for AI chips, and those people are everywhere in the world right now, are going to be going and downloading the free app from this little company. Of course they are. Oh yes, and you already hear, gee, we should be careful that the data that is assembled here will go back to China. You know, it probably will. But for the rest of the world, here's their choice. They could use American chips and wonder about the data going back to whom in the United States, or China. It's no longer just the Chinese you have to worry about, it's the Americans too, which was always true. But in the United States, we like to act as though our things are no danger to anybody. But the Chinese, you see, this is over, this game. The free chip versus paying a fortune to an American monopolist is going to persuade many that the risks, while they're there, point more in the Chinese direction than they do in the American, in terms of where much of the rest of the world is going to go for the use they make of AI. And we would be better off as a nation facing it, sitting down with the Chinese.
I died in a single rotation.
Work out a livable coexistence on this planet, rather than shaking the sword every time our fading empire is shown to be fading. We are hysterical as a nation with the problems we can't solve and the magical scapegoats with which our leaders propose to distract us. Every capitalist around the world thinking about where they like to build their industry. Oh, do you want to become dependent on the United States as a market? You used to think, oh yeah, I'd love to penetrate that market, to have sales. Whoa, wait a minute. You're now talking about a country that, as a matter of regular politics, discusses and acts to exploit your vulnerability. Oh, you sell here? We'll hit you with a tariff. We'll cut your market off suddenly. There'll be nothing you can do about it. You will have lost all that you invested in building a market there. And in case people are thinking, well, that won't happen, it's already happening. We've talked about it, you and I. The best, lowest priced electric cars in the world are now made in China by the BYD Corporation. All over the world, the competitors of the United States and even American companies active in those parts of the world are able to buy as inputs the best quality, cheapest electric vehicles. But those of competitors in the United States can't do that because it's twice the price. It's 100% tariff that Mr. Biden put on and that Mr. Trump will presumably maintain since he started the chain of tariffs on China. Okay, that's bad for the United States. That means competitors outside will have lower cost inputs than their competitors inside. And that means in the long run, and the long run is a few years here, that's shrinkage of jobs here and jobs moving overseas. I thought we didn't want that to happen, but that's a consequence of what you're doing. You're making the United States a pariah, rogue economic partner.
Oh, I have to go to 6? Oh, I have to go to 6. Oh, okay.
Private and
okay,
from putting much faith and much investment in the United States. It's a very bad deal that we are showing the world we would do. For 100 years, the Republican Party, the GOP, has been the champion of low taxes. That's its ultimate appeal. That's why the majority of higher income Americans tilt Republican, because the money they want to keep. They don't want to pay it in taxes. And they have the money to buy the politicians who will do that for them. And yet, what have we got? We've got the latest Republican leader being a champion of tariffs. Those are taxes. He's championing raising taxes on all of us for what we buy from Mexico, for what we buy from China, for what? And he's getting it. He got into the White House championing what the Republican Party he leads has denounced for 100 years. If you were wondering whether the economy is changing, there's your proof. Well, then I'm the bearer of bad news. That day is already well underway. New economic reality in the world is called the BRICS. Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, which has now mushroomed to 23 countries. For example, last week, Indonesia joined the BRICS as a full partner. Indonesia is one of the largest countries in the world. It has 280 million people. It's just a little bit smaller than the United States. It made a decision to go with an alliance of countries whose core is China, the supposed enemy of the United States. You'd think people would say, well, wait, but here's the worst part of it. The number one goal of the BRICS, to develop means of trade among countries that don't use the dollar or other instruments controlled by the United States, because it's unreliable. No other reason. It's not unideological. The United States showed that it would seize other people's money. It took Russia 300 billion or 400 billion from Russia because of the war. And then it has been imposing sanctions left and right. It's weaponizing its economic position. And what the BRICS represents is the reaction of the rest of the world to not wanting to be vulnerable in that way. Perfectly predictable. Only they've succeeded in kind of record time, and they now represent well over half the population of this planet. The United States is 4.5% of the population of this planet. There's no contest here. They are making the dollar less and less important in the world. The ramifications, the implications, the consequences of all that, they are worrisome anxieties in the back of people's minds. But all of what's going on is pushing them more and more to the forefront alongside the specifics of Mexico, Indonesia, and all the rest. Yeah, and that everything points to that tipping getting closer and closer. Nobody, including me, can predict the timing of all of these things. There are too many variables. Each of them is overdetermined by too many influences. So we can only see the broad outlines. We can see rough directions things are taking. But those directions indicate, and this is sort of my final thought for today, we are a weak economy. We cannot absorb immigrants. We cannot tolerate challenging economies like that in China. We cannot hold on to our own alliance. I want to remind you, the European Union includes the country of Denmark. Denmark is the country that owns, literally, Greenland. And we are now seriously discussing taking Greenland from our fellow NATO member. If that is done militarily, and that is part of what the Trump administration is talking about, that would be an attack on a NATO country. And given the NATO agreement, Part 5 of that agreement, Chapter 5, any attack on a NATO member will be responded to by all of NATO, which means the United States will have to fight the United States. But that's very symbolically, it tells you how out of control things have become. And we can pretend otherwise, we can ignore it, like that we ignored that Indonesia joined the BRICS last week, hardly mentioned here in the United States. It's an amazing process we're going through. The decline of the American empire, the decline of American capitalism, and the whole thing covered over with a level of denial that's pathological. Before I start, I have to ask you to understand that old adage that if you don't like the message, please don't take your anger out on the messenger. I am going to be describing to you as best I can what the situation is with the United States' economic system, which has a name. It's called capitalism. And it is, to give you a hint of where we're going, it is a system in very deep doo-doo. It is in the greatest difficulty that I have ever seen in my life, and you can tell from my white hair that I've been around a while. I never expected to see what I am experiencing. And I imagine for many of you it is the same, unless you are committed to something my psychotherapist wife explains to me as the problem of denial. Not a river in Egypt, but an inability to confront what it is that's going on, because it's frightening. It's a very human thing to do. It's like a little child who puts his or her hands in front of her face when there's a scary dog in the neighborhood, because she still imagines at age 3 that if you don't see it, it isn't there. And if you don't see what's going on around us, then perhaps it isn't there, and that is something which our political leaders and our cultural leaders and our economic leaders, that's one thing they all have in common with very few exceptions, namely a commitment to denial. So my presentation today is going to try to break through all the mechanisms of denial that surround us in order to tell you what I think is going on. I'm not infallible, I make mistakes like everybody else, but this is the fruit of a lifetime of observing U.S. capitalism, which I was born in the United States in Youngstown, Ohio. I've lived and worked here all my life. I have never seen anything like the situation we are in now. And to give you the framework and then jump in, I think that the history of the world is a sequence with interruptions, but a sequence of empires. The Greek, the Roman, the Persian, the Egyptian, the Chinese, I mean, I could go on. And they all have something in common. They are born usually out of the demise of another empire. They evolve and change over a period of time, running from a few decades to a few centuries, and then they die. They pass away. The most recent one, perhaps the most and best studied, was the British Empire, which, depending on how you want to count, goes from around the 16th century to the end of the 19th, more or less. So 3 or 4 centuries, depending on how you count. And out of the disintegration of the British Empire, literally punctuated by the war, the Independence War that swirled around Boston, right where you are, a part of that empire broke away. And in an important lesson, the empire denied that this was building, even though it was building across the entirety of the 18th century. Denied it. And then in 1776, the denial blew up in its face as the colonists here in this part of the British Empire, by the way, a relatively small, relatively unimportant part of the empire, wanted its independence. And a war was fought, which, to the surprise and chagrin of the British Empire and George III sitting on his throne in England, the British lost. Not to be forgetful, let me remind you that in 1812, they tried again, and they lost again. And with that, set in motion the disintegration of the British Empire, which ended in World War I. Out of it emerged the American Empire. American capitalism across the 19th century resolved certain key internal contradictions holding them back, most notably the bizarre coexistence in this country of a capitalist Northeast and Midwest and a slave South. That was resolved by the willful destruction of slavery by the capitalists. Remember, the Civil War is the expropriation without compensation of the single most important wealth of the South in this country, the slave. The slave was emancipated and thereby the white master impoverished. A very stark disregard for the sanctity of private property. And capitalism, having destroyed its competitor with enormous violence, took off. Starting in 1870, the United States capitalism had a century of economic growth. The most amazing thing is if you look at the statistics, crude as they are, especially in the early years, the United States grew uninterruptedly for that century, roughly 1870s to the 1970s. Every decade, real wages of workers were higher than the decade before, even across the Great Depression. Profits grew even faster. So you had this bizarre situation, quite rare in the world, of a capitalism that was able to give rising profits to its capitalists and rising wages to the mass of its workers, with, of course, the exception of those workers with the bad luck to not have been born white. Very important that they sink in. Why? Because if you do something like this, if you have a century of economic growth under an economic system like capitalism, it isn't so surprising that you think of the United States as exceptional, because in that regard, it was. If you're religious, perhaps you think God likes Americans better than he or she likes other people. If you're not religious, you will attribute it to who knows what. Entrepreneurship, my professors used to like to say, whatever in the world that's supposed to be. But it was exceptional. And Americans, whatever their other orientations, took on the notion that we live in an exceptional place, and they then really ran with that ball and began to imagine that this exceptionality was somehow inherent, and so it would last forever. It was upward and onward, the American economy, and it would carry our culture around the world to become the world's culture. Our political system would be the model. Our military would push away those backward people who wanted to resist. It became, and I use this word carefully, crazy. And of course, when the signs began to emerge that this empire, the United States empire, after 100-year rise up, was beginning to show the signs of decline, of peaking, of breaking, it's not surprising that the leaders of such a system with such a history would be deep into denying what had happened, not seeing what was exploding around them. Over the last few days, Americans have been confronted yet again with the level of violence committed every day somewhere in this country by the police against the citizens. And again, there are people who want to blame it on this or that particular policeman or woman who will not see that this is a social phenomena. It has been going on for a long time, and it is getting worse. It's the same issue. It's the same denial. Okay, what exactly is being denied? Let's begin, and I apologize. I'm going to begin with economics, but that is what I know best, and that is what I have studied all my life. And so if I'm going to be useful to you, I want to share at first what I know best. Over the last 40 years, roughly 1980 to now, we have seen, and all economists of all political persuasions understand this and see it. We all use basically the same numbers, and with a few exceptions, of course, always we come to the same conclusion. Over the last 40 years, there has been a radical redistribution of wealth from the bottom and the middle to the top. And the more top you get, the top 10% have done really well. The top 5%, even better. The top 1%, even better than that. And the top 1/10%, the best of all. And you know them, because in our society, we adulate them. I'm talking about Bill Gates, or Elon Musk, or Warren Buffett, or fill in the blank. You know them. Our culture makes sure you know them. They became much richer. The top 10% became richer all across those 40 years. This was partly because, very important that you understand this, it was partly because we changed the tax laws in this country. We relieved taxes from corporations and the rich, and we switched them onto the middle and bottom. It was done by Republicans, it was done by Democrats. It didn't matter who was in the White House or who was controlling the houses of the Congress. The Democrats did it a little less quickly. The Republicans were a bit more intense. Speed varied. Content did not. Even more important than the changes in taxes was the phenomena of the relationship between capital and labor. That is, corporations and business on the one hand, and the mass of people, employees, on the other. As I've told you, real wages went up for a century. 1870s, 1970. Why 1970 do I pick that? Now I can tell you. Because that's when real wages in America stopped rising. Absolutely epoch-making change. What is a real wage? It's the amount of money you get adjusted for the prices you pay. So for example, if your wages go up 10%, you might feel good, but if all the prices you have to pay went up by 10%, you're no better off with a 10% bigger money wage than you were without it, because the prices have adjusted. We all know that in economics, so we don't use money wages, we use what's called real wages. Wages understood in terms of what it can afford you to buy. Goods, services, food, clothing, shelter, entertainment, education, medical care, whatever. Real wages rose. In other words, the money wages workers had from 1870 to 1970 rose more than the prices did. So they really got more stuff that they could afford to buy. In the 1970s, that stopped, and it has never resumed. The American working class today earns, in terms of what it can afford to buy, the average American worker earns now what he or she did in 1978. Try to wrap your head around no more real wage increase. For a country that had enjoyed steady real wage rises for a century, this is a traumatic
What?
event.
This guy one-shot me.
How was it handled in the United States? Denial. I won't embarrass
Why are these
you
dudes
by
one-shotting me
asking
before my
how many of
rotation's
you know what
over?
said
I just killed
to be
20
the
of
case.
them.
How many of you have dwelt in your mind on what it might do to a population used to a rising wage when it is no longer available?
DC for some reason.
There was no discussion at the time or since. No debate in this country. What do we do about all of this? The closest you got were vague gestures in which somebody says, gee, the middle class seems to be fading away. As if this were, I don't know, some sort of cosmic effect. Or maybe the result of sunspots or allergies or who knows what. But an analysis either of why it happened or of what its consequences were? No. Nothing serious. Well, let me tell you what some of the results were. Number one, by far the most important socially, the women of the United States left the home where they had been sequestered for the earlier parts of American history and had to go out and do wage labor en masse. The only ones who had been doing that beforehand were black and brown women. They'd long been doing it because they had to, and the poorest among the whites. But now suddenly, all women, all the wives and mothers had to go out. There was no other way to sustain the fantasy of growth, of the American dream, of what had been experienced in the previous century. The second most important effect, Americans began to realize that the only way they could participate in further growth of consumption, the way they had been led to believe was somehow inherent in the American experience, besides sending their wives out to work, besides following a career as a worker in a factory, you could now go back to work and be a greeter at Walmart's. But beside that, you could borrow money. In the 1970s, the banks of the United States decided that the consumer, to whom they had never lent money before, they would now lend money to. In other words, the credit card, which until then had been American Express in the hands of rich people and businessmen, would now become socialized. Everybody's wallet would be crammed full of plastic cards. Live off them. And so the American working class, from around the 1970s to the present, accumulated debt. We are a debt-ridden society in the way we never were before. We became pioneers, not in covered wagons going west, but in what we could cram plastic in our wallets. All the growth of consumption in the last 40 years has been based on women's labor, women's earnings, and debt. Families have become much more complicated institutions to survive. We have the highest divorce rate in the world. We put our families under levels of pressure that would be impossible for anyone to sustain. American women consume more psychotropic drugs than any other population on the planet.
Goddamn right.
Why? Because they are druggies? No, because we put them under impossible
pressures. Yep.
Which blew up the family, since the mother was what held the emotional life of so many families together. And she was now as exhausted as the husband coming back from her hours of work. The empire's foundation is beginning to crack. Well, you keep assuming more debt, which the American working class did. It borrowed. It had borrowed with government support for its house. That's how mortgages developed. For those of you who don't know, mortgages were never given to working class people to buy a home until the Great Depression. To get out of the Great Depression, the government took the step of guaranteeing the mortgages so the banks could lend without a risk. Otherwise, they wouldn't have, because they never did. The American Homeowner Society is a product of the government, not of private enterprise, which was too greedy and too frightened to ever do it. Home loaning, then the car had to be paid for with loans, because the working class couldn't afford it. Then the credit card, so you could buy everything. And then in the last 20 years, a new indebtedness, the college student. So by now the family is dying, floating in levels of debt it cannot support because the underlying wage didn't go up, just the debts. And it doesn't take a PhD in economics, although I have that, for you to understand that if the underlying wage doesn't go up, you can't keep accumulating debt because the time will come, and it's called 2008, and that's why that song is so appropriate, when the credit system exploded. Cracks in the empire. This system is so committed to inequality that not only did it grow over the last 40 years, as wages stopped rising, of course, where would workers' income go? They couldn't grow. Their wages were flat, but they were becoming more productive all the time. The last 40 years are the computer, the robot, artificial intelligence, all of that. Workers' productivity goes up. Workers' wages are flat. Wages are what the employer gives you. Productivity is what you give the employer. If what the employer gives you is flat and what you give the employer keeps rising, guess what? You have inequality. You're taking all your growing output and giving it to one small class of people. Employers are 1, 2, 3% of our population, if that. They get it. Even across COVID-19 pandemic, inequality got worse. And what did we do to the working class after we gave them 40 years of losing everything, their families falling apart, their position in American society, their growing wealth, a kind of affirmation that somehow you're doing better. All of it's taken away. Then we hit them with COVID, then we hit them with an inflation, and now we're hitting them with rising interest rates. Let me frighten you, if I may, if what I've said hasn't done that job already. There is an example in history of another working class over a small number of years being hit with economic blows on a scale of what's happening here. The example is Germany, and here's how it works. In the second half of the 19th century, as the British Empire is declining, the United States is not the only competitor looking to replace the British. There is another one, Germany. World War I defeats Germany. Britain, with its allies, defeat Germany. Throw them out of the competition. Wipe them out. Impose, at the end, a reparations they couldn't possibly pay. The German working class, which had been built up across the 19th century to believe it was creating a whole new globe. In German, it's called das Deutsche Reich. That's like the German Empire. And it had, territories in Asia, it had territories in Africa, and so on. All that was smashed when the unthinkable happened in 1914 to 1918. Germany was defeated, the empire was taken away, literally. The British took the colonies in Africa away from the Germans and made them British colonies. Everything for them destroyed. It was a trauma for the German working class. It ended in 1918 with defeat. Within 4 years, late 22, early 1923, literally a century ago, Germany then experienced the worst inflation in modern times anywhere in the West. In a period of 9 months, the German currency went from 6 Deutschmark to the dollar to 4 trillion
27
Deutschmark to the dollar. Prices doubled,
but that's not
over
like
weeks at a time, every hour of the day.
Oh no, I went to the
Any
wrong one
savings
is what it is.
accumulated by a German
Oh,
family,
I've been
and they
going
were
to
very
this
frugal,
thing. Oops.
were wiped out. 6 generations saving money.
No wonder.
Had enough money put away to buy a quarter pound of butter. They were done. And 5 years after that, in 1929, the Great Depression hit Germany. It was too much. You cannot hit a working class, even the German working class, which was the best educated, most productive, and most progressive working class anywhere in Europe. No contest. Even that, it was too much. And in 1932, those German people, overwhelmed by what they had been put through, turned around and supported a little Austrian with a black mustache, Adolf Hitler, and you know the rest of the story. We're just living out, here we go, the same sad scenario.
Oh, I'm aware.
Denial, not explaining to people.
I've been talking about it a
the
lot.
foundation of what they're assuming.
Yep.
Not talking honestly about its disappearance, the cracks, what it means when your empire has that fun ride up begin to be replaced by the much less fun ride down. We're in very deep trouble. For the last half century, we have benefited enormously by the fact that there's one international currency.
What?
It's the US dollar.
As I killed him. Come on. I was one blow from the end.
Like gold. That's over.
Oh my
Ukraine
God, you're so
simply speeds
annoying.
up the process. China,
Fine,
Russia,
auto run me
Saudi
back.
Arabia, Iran, Venezuela,
Fucking so
and many
annoying.
more countries are signing up for another international currency, and it shouldn't come as a big surprise whose currency that is. It's the currency of the People's Republic of China. China shows all the signs of a rising empire, matching all the signs of a declining empire here. You may not like that information. You may be upset by it. That's your business. But to pretend it isn't there, let me give you just some numbers. I'm an economist. We do that. One of the things we do as economists is we look at the size of an economy to gauge relative economic power. And the number we use, it's crude, like all numbers, but it gives you an idea. It's called GDP. It stands for Gross Domestic Product. It's a measure of the output of goods and services in one calendar year. So it helps us if we look at it and we measure it, and it's measured for every country on this planet. It gives us an idea of the relative size. Okay, let's now do a comparison of three countries, Russia, China, and the US, to get a sense of their economic wealth, their economic power, their economic footprint, if you like, in the world. To give you an idea of, and if you didn't know this, think about what that might mean. Now China. What's the GDP of China? Ready? $17.5 trillion. That's a competitor. Not Russia, China. That's the empire emerging. Not Russia, China. And why? Easy to explain. Over the last 25 or 30 years, annual growth of GDP, how fast is the economy growing? Here in the United States, 2%. Maybe slightly more, 2.3%, somewhere in there. Let's be generous, 2 to 3%. US, average annual growth. China, average annual growth, 6 to 9%. End of conversation. That's why China went from being one of the poorest countries in the world to being the competitor of the United States, one of the richest. You know what it's like? It's a story a little like the colony in North America being a place for furs and then becoming the new empire, so that the roles between Great Britain and its colony were reversed. Now Britain is our colony, as any honest appraisal of the relationship between these two countries would immediately acknowledge. In Britain, one of the most common jokes you can hear is that when the United States tells Britain to jump, the response of Britain is, how high? It's a question. China has overtaken the United States in dozens of fields, particularly the highest tech ones. Young people around you are using TikTok. That's Chinese as a social media. What's going on? The United States doesn't know what to do. Having not learned the lessons, having not understood what denial means, for a long time, they denied. Because to see the rise of China is to take a step in the direction that might make you confront what's happening to you. And that's a taboo. Finally, the United States figures it out. And what does it do? As if it learned nothing from its history? It tries warfare. It tries to slow down, to stop, maybe even to reverse history, just like Britain did. Mr. Trump declared a trade war against China. You remember? It's not that many years ago. He applied sanctions. He applied tariffs. He did everything he could to stop, to reverse. None of it worked. It was one big, fat failure. It's over. But you live in an environment which needs to deny it. The divisions in our society become worse with each passing day. because they're grounded in a reality that isn't changing. Inequality, as I'm speaking to you, is continuing to get worse. Corporations are working as hard as they ever did to pay no taxes. The mass of people are suffering on a scale that is unspeakable. The inflation we still have. Prices are going up roughly twice as fast as wages. That's a destruction of the working class. Prices are going up twice the rate of wages. This is impossible. You can't do this without explosions. Now, the explosions are happening in our country. So they explode how? By taking it out on one another. Crime, bitterness, resentment, a politics of scapegoating. I mean, how else explain preposterous notions that become serious? This is a country, United States, of 30 million people. The biggest estimate I've ever seen of undocumented immigrants in our country says 10 million. Okay, there's no way 10 million of the poorest people there are, immigrants from Central America, are the cause of the difficulties of a capitalist economy of 330 million people. That's silly. That's on a level, that an elementary school kindergarten kid wouldn't come up with something as off the chart as that. You're desperate. I understand that. You've been suffering. You have. You have a right to be angry and upset. No question. You do. You have been screwed in this system, having been led to believe by those 100 years that the opposite was waiting in store for you. Instead, you're being slapped and whacked and deprived with no end in sight. I teach at the university. I'm surrounded all the time with people in 18, 19, into their 20s. They are not happy, this generation. They don't see good jobs. They don't see good futures. They don't see any of it. They were led by their parents and this culture to expect what they now know they're not going to get. And they want some answers too. The most recent Gallup poll indicates that a majority of Americans polled randomly, 35 years of age and younger, when asked, would you rather live in a capitalist or a socialist economy, the majority say socialist. After half a century of ideological pressure against everything social that I grew up in, I'm a product of that. This is amazing that the points of view could be twisted like this. And when you talk to students, as I do about this all the time, I quickly learn the polling is correct. But it's not that they like socialism, they haven't a clue what it is. Those votes, that polling, is because they are angry at capitalism. They know that that system is not for them. Socialism, let's try that. But it's not that they like socialism. It's that they don't like capitalism. But that has to be faced. I'm not making these numbers up. You can't come away from what I've just said with an imagination that all is well in this empire. But I'm not done. So let me end with military. Since the end of World War II, the United States has invaded small countries repeatedly, violating norms, rules-based international order. It invaded Korea. It invaded Vietnam. It invaded Iraq. It invaded Afghanistan. It lost all of them. The wars were lost. Korea, Vietnam, they all were lost. The Communist Party of Vietnam took over that country. The Taliban took over Afghanistan. I could go on. They lost. They didn't win. They lost. I'm asking you, look at the reality you have in front of you. Don't be afraid. The danger lies in denial, not in facing it.
Kind of getting sick of his voice.
The Trump administration plans to keep fewer than 300 U.S. aid staff out of over 10,000 worldwide, according to Reuters sources. The sources said only 294 agency staff would keep their jobs. The U.S. aid website stated that as of midnight on Friday, all direct hires will be on leave except for key personnel and critical programs. Hundreds of internal contractors have been laid off, and life-saving programs around the globe have been left in limbo. On Thursday, protesters rallied outside the U.S. State Department to voice their opposition to cuts. One of the affected programs is the U.S. President's emergency plan for AIDS relief. PEPFAR. The U.S. government program has invested millions fighting AIDS worldwide, and PEPFAR relies heavily on U.S. aid. Charles King was among the protesters Thursday. He's CEO of Housing Works, a nonprofit dedicated to combating AIDS and homelessness.
We're blocking an intersection to let Donald Trump and Secretary of State Rubio know that they need to let PEPFAR funding flow.
Are you willing to be arrested?
Of course, absolutely. People are dying for lack of treatment, so we're absolutely willing to get arrested.
We're willing to get arrested where they give you like free meals and a bed or whatever. Yeah, it's like, yeah, getting arrested. Yeah, I mean, that's sure. Yeah, I mean, as long as I don't get like a felony ticket or whatever. Yeah, who cares about getting arrested? I don't really care about that. It's cold in here. I'm going to shut my door. Yeah, like, you know, where it's, you know, bring me into the prison where it's warm, where I lie down on a bunk and I think about it for a couple of days. Sure, yeah, that seems like, you know.
Ensure that they get access to treatment that they really need.
The U.S. State Department did not respond to a request for comment. On Thursday, the Trump administration was sued by government workers over its rapid shutdown of U.S. aid. The lawsuit seeks to block, quote, unconstitutional and illegal actions causing a, quote, global humanitarian crisis, and was filed by the American Federation of Government Employees and the American Foreign Service Association. The White House and the departments did not immediately respond to requests for comment. The administration has said it aims to merge U.S. aid with the State Department. However, Congress must approve the merger, since U.S. aid was created and funded by law. In 2023, U.S. aid provided aid to around 130 countries, many affected by conflict and poverty.
Judge in Massachusetts has blocked the Trump administration from implementing its buyout offer for federal employees. 2 million federal workers were given the choice to either quit now and get paid through September or potentially face being fired. The deadline to accept the offer was scheduled for tonight. ABC's Perry Russum has the story.
Today, a federal judge in Massachusetts temporarily blocking the Trump administration.
Oh no, my beautiful axe finally broke. Damn it.
It comes on what was scheduled to be deadline.
I don't have another
for
one.
the more than 2 million federal workers facing
Oh
buyouts.
no, it's a weapon.
We encourage federal workers in the city to accept
Oh no, I don't
the
have
very
an
generous
axe.
offer.
Damn
The
it.
offers to
Oh, no.
quit now and get paid through September or risk being fired. A Treasury Union president is urging workers to reject the deal.
If you sign
To
this
reject the
document
deal.
and then later change your mind, you are left without any power to fight back.
The buyouts are part of Elon Musk's effort to cut the federal government workforce under President Trump's direction. Today, Democrats pushing back on Musk.
He is trying to puppet master Trump's decisions about everything.
Meanwhile, Trump says no U.S. soldiers will be needed in his plan to take over Gaza. In a post online, Trump writes when the fighting in Gaza is over, Israel will turn over the land to the U.S. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu asked today if American troops will be needed to complete Trump's plan.
No.
Palestinians in Gaza have largely rejected Trump's call to relocate. Israel's foreign minister says they're waiting for more information on Trump's idea.
We don't have details yet.
Trump this morning at a national prayer breakfast in Washington.
I hope my greatest legacy when it's all finished will be known as a peacemaker and a unifier.
Back to the buyouts, the federal government until at least Monday afternoon.
Nobody can hear it with a straight face.
Back to the buy. Morning at a national prayer breakfast in Washington.
I hope my greatest legacy when it's all finished will be known as a peacemaker and a unifier.
Back to
Well, Godspeed in your quest, moron. You think that's gonna happen? Godspeed. I hope you reach it.
The buyouts, the federal judge.
I will not stand in your way or be a hater. Well, I was kind of a hater when I called him a moron, I suppose. But I mean, like, I will not be a hater on what you're trying to do. Godspeed. If you want to unify us through all this terrible shit, please, God, please do. I don't know, whatever, please do. Godspeed in your fucking quest, you idiot, you beautiful idiot. Damn it, I'm out of axes. I guess they give you this powerful sprint that I don't really use. And I suppose for mage, you're supposed to actually use it. The game's deceptively hard. It's not hard. You just spam stuff on the mobs. But it's deceptively hard in the respect that, like, when you're in trouble, it'll eat you. It'll just kick your ass. Easy arena. I have busted my axe. I don't know if I've finished what I'm supposed to do. Oh, good, I did. Activate the protection system in the area. Where is that? That's like over that way. Where's that way? Oh, I see. So, where am I now? Oh. Yeah? Actually, that's not that bad. So we'll just go cutting east and just do it. I don't mind this amount run speed compared to New World, actually. I think it's actually pretty good. Oh, I will turn the video back on.
Which has blocked the offer until at least Monday afternoon. That's when there's going
Thank
to be
you, 4
another
News Now. I'd like to sub to your channel. Thank you, Reuters. I've liked to sub to your channel. Thank you, Richard Wolf and Business Corps. I like Richard Wolf. I like this Business Corps stuff. That like the Richard Wolf. I like Richard Wolf. He's actually very good.
Judge in Massachusetts has blocked the Trump administration from implementing
Thank
its
you, 4 News
buyout
Now.
offer for federal employees.
Oh yeah, no, we watched this one. So yeah, so okay, well, interesting. Dark and Darker is unrecognizable in 2025. A psychological analysis of Jared, Genesis, re-upload. Brutal. Senator Hawley decimate airline execs over upcharging fees. Interesting. Yeah, it's just like a re-upload. Okay, you. We'll do another one. We'll do Force Gaming and then Life Worth Living. Richard Wolf's thing about Trump and the horrors of alcoholism. The world will be very different soon by Pursuit of Wonder and building new ramps to Castle Bam featuring Bam Margera with Durham Brothers from 4 days ago. I don't care about this. I'm not a man-child anymore. Why does... Oh, man, Bam looks fucking drugged out. I don't even want to see Bam ever again. But, I mean, you put that kind of interest in a person, that's what happens. Maxwell Frost destroys Elon and Musk. What nobody wants to talk about anymore with Damon Cassidy. Fire it up.
2 million federal workers were given the choice to either quit now and get paid through September or potentially face
Go.
So, like, if you have the misfortune of having to book your flight at the end because maybe something's been canceled and you're going to get screwed, is that what you're telling me?
Are you
not one of the best?
Are you
people.
referencing just fares?
I'm just responding to your testimony. I'm listening to you, and you just said as a flight's filling up, you're going to get charged more.
Not always. Sometimes you'll get charged less.
Exactly. Right. Sometimes. Right. But you'll never know. Right. That's the beauty of it. It's like Russian roulette.
Why do you sound? Why you are a senator? Why do you sound like an angry Valley girl?
idea in the world.
Something's
I
wrong.
disagree.
Wait, no,
Yeah, something's wrong with like my mouse. Something like you won't get the command or something. I want you to like work correctly. And go take a look at it. 23%. See, this mouse is like not acting right. It's fucking annoying. You or what am I looking at here? I can't remember. I am trying to figure out why you will not play pause. You are set to play pause, but you won't play pause. If I reload, will you play pause? I don't know. It's annoying. If I reload, you'll still have that progress, right?
So like if you have
There, yeah, it is. It's something about the ad blocker. I think the button always works, but the ad blocker fucks it up sometimes. That's okay. I'm just trying to figure out what the fuck's going on. Well, no, but now you're not doing it. Yes, you were working a second ago, and then the ad block kicked in, and it caused this to mess up
like
again.
If you have the misfortune of having to book your flight at the end because maybe something's been canceled and you're going to get screwed.
You're like yelling at him. You're going to yell at him about this.
Are you referencing just fares?
I'm just responding to your testimony. I'm listening to you, and you just said as a flight's filling up, you're going to get charged more.
During the minute when I do this, it breaks it, is what it is. Okay, well that's okay.
Sometimes you'll get charged less.
Exactly. Right. Sometimes, right. But you'll never know, right? That's the beauty of it. It's like Russian roulette. Flying on the airline is.
I would disagree.
You have no idea in the world.
I would disagree.
Wait, no idea.
It's
You
very
just said it.
It's very transparent.
We'll have it. Listen, there'll be a transcript generated, and I'll send it to you with a bow on it. You can read your.
This guy that he's talking to, he's so much like an old friend that I have, who's actually a very smart geophysicist, but he's also like a meth head, like Flophouse dude, who owns a Flophouse. And I met the other Flophouse dude in Denver, and we were friends for 7 years. And another Flophouse dude in Denver, and by Flophouse I mean we ran the Flophouses, and so by connection through all the people that we knew, we met each other, which was kind of insane. And so him and my friend P, really a restart. My friend P and my friend G were all Flophouse kings, I guess you could call it. Yeah, I guess I could do a movie about being a Flophouse king. I'm the king of the Flophouse. I own the Flophouse, and so do my friend P, and so do my friend G. And this guy who's sitting here across from the senator is so much like my friend P. It's kind of insane. And you can't get a rise out of my friend P. You just can't do it. This guy's not going to do it either. You're going to see it. He just doesn't like people who are uppity like this. He doesn't like uppity people. And I would say that people like P, they built their entire personality around disliking uppity people. I'm dead serious about this. This ball guy that he's talking to, he spends his life disliking people like this and trying to be away and around, not being around people like this. And it's kind of funny. And it's so much like my friend P. It's kind of scary. Watch.
Your own testimony just now. You have no idea what
these man children are about to have a bitch fight. It's going to be hilarious. Watch.
Fee's going to be ever. Can we just come back to this bounty issue, Mr. Schroeder, Mr. Klein? Because I have to say I didn't understand your answers. I thought you said to the chairman earlier that you did say in your opening statement that there was a lot of misinformation about this out there, Mr. Schroeder, and I thought you said, Mr. Klein, that you don't charge bounties. So can we just clear this up once and for all? We're all here. We're all under oath. So, Mr. Schroeder, let's start with you. Do you charge a bounty? Do you pay employees bounties on carry-on bags?
Bounties? Why are you saying bounty? A bounty is something that you do when there's a criminal and they have absconded on their bail. Why are you talking about bounties? It's also something that happens to pirates and criminals when they're out in like BLM land, or like I'm wondering if you as a senator absolutely understand what the word bounty means. I don't know. But I'm just wondering, because you're like, do you get a bounty for this? And I'm like, bounty? I mean, what do you mean bounty? Bounty is when you bring a criminal back to justice.
To identify them? That's it.
Do you mean a bounty? I mean, you really mean bounty, but no, it's not a bounty. A bounty is something you do with bail bondsmen. What the fuck are you talking about? And this guy, he's like, what are you talking about?
It's a simple. That's a yes or no.
He's like, do we issue bounties on luggage? No. And the guy's like, what? You jackass senator? What the fuck are you fucking talking about? I can't even tell which side this guy's on. He's just a moron.
characterize it as a bounty.
The new U.S. Congress. Yeah, they are the new U.S. Congress. They're brain rotted and they're fucking dumb. They're fucking dumb, diddy dumb. Do you have some bounty on this luggage, you weird airline security dude? Do you keep bounties on luggage? And the guy's like, and then the senator's like, yes or no question. And the guy's like,
Charge them. Do you pay?
Do you pay bounties for these this luggage?
A fee. Do you incentivize them to go pick out bags from people getting on planes?
Oh my
and
God!
Take them off the flight. Just yes or no.
We charge them an incentive.
Okay, that's a yes, Mr. Klein.
It's a bounty. They charge a bounty.
You don't pay your employees.
We have previously, sir, but we actually suspended that on September 30th of this year. And now, in order to be able to
Baldy's not having
our
it.
Guests fairly and equitably, we've actually just put more staff and supervisors out at the gate area.
You mean you saw them coming? You saw them coming. They're like, I think they're on to us doing bounty on kicking people off for their luggage or whatever. Is there a bounty? I didn't really get the senator at first, but I kind of do now. The senator's kind of trolling him, being like, do you guys search the planes for people who have luggage that's too big? And do you pay people to hunt for people whose luggage is too big? He's like, that's it. It's like a roulette, isn't it? I want to start this over. I'm not really sure what we're watching here. It's airline execs over upcharging fees and harassing passengers and stuff. So the senator's fiery, but this bald guy isn't having it, and this is quite funny.
Yeah, and they're the ones that are still making sure that everyone's treated fairly.
No, this bald guy, he's so much like my friend P, who was a Flophouse King in Denver. He's so much like my friend P. He's Republican. He's uptight. He's probably from Wisconsin, like my friend P. He's not trucking with, like, he's from Wisconsin, where they just don't truck with morons. They don't tarb wrangle. I can't believe I'm saying this. But yeah, people from Wisconsin, I would say something you could really understand about people from Minnesota and Wisconsin. Out there, it's real fucking cold and it's real fucking harsh. It's not always harsh, like, people-wise, but sometimes. They do shows about like this sometimes, like Fargo and stuff like this. But I wouldn't call it like a cold, harsh people. They're very warm, like, welcoming people, really. But but they don't truck with like fiery dudes or ladies. I would say like flamboyant. I would say flamboyant is the wrong approach with Baldy. He's not gonna like that. He's gonna shut you down and constantly fight you. He's gonna embarrass you, and he's gonna use his words eloquently to defeat you. And this guy from Spirit Airlines, he's not gonna put up with this. Watch.
Which is the point behind these kinds of programs, but we have removed that program as a
yeah, maybe Minnesota, or yeah, his accent is like Minnesota or Wisconsin.
September 30th.
Oh. And trust me, Wisconsin doesn't fuck with flamboyant senator. I guarantee it. Wisconsin doesn't fuck with flamboyant senator.
Interesting. So let's come back to you though, Mr. Schroeder. So how much have you paid your gate agents to enforce your carry-on bag policy, to pick people out of the line like the chairman's video show? I mean, you guys do appreciate that flying on your airlines is a disaster, don't you? I'm slightly amazed by the general attitude of all of you here. Flying on your airlines is horrible. It's a terrible experience. I mean, I say this as a father.
Wow! Damn!
There are 3 young children. But I can't tell you, nobody enjoys flying on your airlines. It's a disaster. You charge people fees that they know nothing about. You harass them to death. I'll never forget, Mr. Johnson, during COVID, when an attendant on your airline threatened my wife because our then 5-year-old son, his mask had
no! Spirit Airlines pissed off this congressman, and they're going to have a big old bitch fight now. It's going to be funny. Spirit's like, shut the fuck up, Senator. We did everything we're supposed to do. We're following all the stupid guidelines. Shut the fuck up, Senator. Oh, you didn't like a flight you got? Oh no, this stupid ass senator took a flight on Spirit Airlines, and now he's gonna list the times that he and his kids rode on Spirit Airlines and a suck dick. It is gonna be hilarious. Do it.
Or those ridiculous masks.
Those ridiculous
this
masks.
This flight attendant came up to my wife and said, if she didn't keep that mask over his nose at all points on this 4-hour flight, she would personally see that my wife was banned from flying. This has happened over and over to families. It's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. And your attitude here today seems to be, well, devil may care. There's nothing we can do about it. Well, I think we are going to do something about it. So how much have you paid people to pull out customers who are in line with a bag that's 2 centimeters too big?
Well, we recognize this is a hard job, and so therefore we incentivize them to do that.
How much?
It's $10 per bag.
Wow, $10 per bag. And I think, Mr. Klein, you and Mr. Schroeder, your airlines cumulatively have spent $26 million paying gate agents between 2022 and 2023 to catch passengers whose bags are a little bit too big. $26 million. I mean, if people want to know why it's such a terrible experience to fly, this is news for them today. Your airlines are paying millions of dollars to your employees to harass people who've already paid. They're there in line because they've already paid. It's unbelievable. By the way, let me just ask you this while I have you here. Why is it that you charge different people different fees for carry-on bags? Why is that, Mr. Klein? Why isn't it just a flat fee? Why is it that
he's gonna read in this guy's butthole over their pricing? I mean, that's what I want these fucking asshole senators to do. That's what I want them to do. I want them to get them to stop fucking us on the pricing. I do want them to do this, yeah. So unused, and now I don't really understand like what's going on or whatever. Okay, so the best stability that I have is this thing. So this is what I'm going to pump, and I'm just going to pump this till it's, yeah, Arcane Field and Fire Path. So Fire Path is really good. We're gonna pump this. Oh, it requires books. Cool, seems good. Fire Path, go. Oh, I don't have it. I don't have the book. Okay, I need a low tier book for... Okay, I get that. Okay, now I understand a little bit better. I understand better. So, yeah, my 5 key is a little bit stronger. Okay. Sir, we need to pick one. This effect becomes... Elementals. This effect becomes 7 seconds. Yep. And then quick recovery if you... use by 3 seconds. Fire shield. Ah, fire shield. Cool. I can reduce the time on it. That costs 2 points to do what I did, but that's okay. I like this game. It's... Okay, so, yeah.
I might get charged one fee, but my wife might get charged a different fee. Why is that?
So overall, our job is to generate the most revenue we can so we can be profitable as an airline. If we're not profitable as an... Well, actually, we have costs, and there's costs out there, and we have to make sure that we're above the cost line in order to make sure that we can run a profitable entity.
Yeah, I got it. No, I got it. I got it. And money's the answer. So your last year, your carry-on bag fees ranged between $15 and $99. That's extraordinary. One person might pay $15, somebody else might pay $99. How do you determine it? Is it based on personal characteristics?
It's
you charge
never
women more.
It's never based on personal characteristics.
You charge minors more.
We do not, sir.
What? Just people who are suckers? I mean, how do you do it?
Well, there is a cost to carry any kind of bag.
Yeah, but why do you charge some people more? I understand the cost, and you make clear money's your bottom line. I get that, but why is it that you're charging some people what, triple, quadruple the amount?
Well, the length of the flight should matter in this as well. So
yeah, but that's not the data. The data shows is we're talking about the same people on the same flight might get charged radically different prices for a one carry-on bag. You do the same thing for check bags. Why is that?
Right. So just for the record, the $99 charge has been reduced to $79 as a maximum. And what ends up happening here is we want to make sure that we can get the best price to the best people at the right time.
The best people? Who would they be?
Sorry, let me rephrase. The right price.
Are those the people who, what? I mean, no, explain it to me. I'm interested. Who are the best people?
Well, that was the misstatement, sir. What we're trying to do is get the right price at the right time. And what that also means is making sure that if someone's on a flight that's now filling up, and we have a lot of, as we talked about, unbundled pricing.
And they get screwed? So like if you have the misfortune of having to book your flight at the end because maybe something's been canceled and you're going to get screwed. Is that what you're telling me? You're not one of the best
people.
Are
you referencing just fares?
I'm just responding to your testimony. I'm listening to you, and you just said as a flight's filling up, you're going to get charged more.
Not always. Sometimes you'll get charged less.
Exactly. Right. Sometimes. Right. But you'll never know. Right. That's the beauty of it. It's like Russian roulette. Flying on the airline is.
I would disagree.
You have no idea in the world.
I would disagree.
Wait, no idea.
It's
You just said it.
It's very transparent.
We'll have it. Listen, there'll be a transparent there generated, and I'll send it to you with a bow on it. You can read your own testimony just now. You have no idea what the fee's going to be ever. Mr. Schroeder, what about you? Your airline charges, sometimes it's $0 for a bag checked. Sometimes it's $99 for a bag checked. On a first, sorry, that's carry-on. Excuse me, carry-on. For check bag, it could go from $0 to $138. Who knows what it's going to be? Why do you vary it so much? Is that fair to the consumer?
So it depends again on routes, and so there's just demand around that.
No, that's not true. We're talking about people on the same flights. Their prices may vary by huge astronomical percentages. Why is that?
Well, that happens on airfare as well, and
It does. We'll talk about that next.
I'll explain the model and how we think about things. So increasing ancillary historically has brought the fare down, and I brought up earlier that nearly 50% of people are not paying for a bag or a seat. We are providing options that people are deciding whether they want that or not. That is increasing the ability for people to travel.
Listen, my time is limited, and I know the chairman Senator House will want to ask more questions. I just want to point out to you that you are charging people for the same thing, one checked bag or one carry-on bag on the same flight. People are paying wildly different prices for it. They have no idea what it's going to be. I think people will be amazed to learn today that if they fly on your airline or yours, Mr. Klein, heck, the guy next to him may be paying $15 for the carry-on bag, and they may be paying $80. Last thing, Mr. Chairman, I know you're indulging me. I'll be really quick on this, but Mr. Schroeder, you just mentioned that you also use this so-called dynamic pricing for seats, for seat fees. Why do you make people enter in their age and their geographic location and their gender before they can even see the cost of a seat? Why is that?
That's been in place since 2014.
Yeah, but why? It's because you're using those personal characteristics to generate the fees?
No, absolutely.
To generate the prices? Well, then why else do you require it? Mr. Klein, you do the same thing. Why is the gender relevant to what the seat is?
This is all information that's needed in order to complete the transaction.
No, it's not.
No,
Delta
it's not.
doesn't do it.
No.
United doesn't do it. You don't need somebody's gender in order to do it.
No.
You use it
Defend
clearly.
the
You use it
women.
to generate the prices, right?
We do not, sir.
It's not based on personal characteristics?
Not
You don't use algorithms to set the price of seats?
That's a
Yes,
different
you
question.
do.
So you do use an algorithm and you do make them enter all their personal information?
What's your definition of algorithm, sir?
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Well, because algorithms algorithms are ways for people to be able to come up with calculations, which is a faster way. It's more efficient than a human being doing the same exact work. So, yeah, I'm trying to answer your question, sir, in all sincerity, and I don't know how else to answer it.
Then he said, I want you to write it in writing. Tell me, are you in or are you out?
Put it in writing whether or not you were going to...
I'm in or out, and what that means, are you going to just shut up?
Right.
Well, that's all.
That would be in. If you wanted to be in, you needed to be quiet. You needed to stop this. You know, don't say anything more. Certainly don't tell the public.
That's how I interpreted it. But he told me to write it in writing, and I'm trying to write it, and there was 10 emails. Just because I haven't received your email on this, send it to me and this and that.
So then he's pressuring you.
Then he's pressuring you. And then his manipulation even got further than that. You know, like, yeah, I'm trying to take a class on my own time that I have to flex the time. He wouldn't let me do that. Oh. You know, I have a doctor's appointment. He cancels my doctor's appointment the same day. I mean, different manipulizing different things to retaliate to make your life miserable.
Senator Hawley. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for convening.
I can't believe these asshole airplane people have been this bad. It's not funny that guy was in pain or suffering or whatever. It's just funny that they're this bad and scummy. It's like fucking terrible. I always suspected it, but then you hear it and you're like, really? That's really how bad you guys were, huh? That's what we all thought you guys were, but... Gotta get something to drink. I don't think this is... Is that part of it? That might be part of it. This needs to shove. And it's like not shoving for some reason. There, that's why. Something to do with... I don't know. There. Oh, let's get some drink. Getting snowed in sucks. It was good for a couple of days. I would have sage. There we go. It's a shame nobody ever comes in here, but it is free money. It's like free money is stacking up too. It stacks up. So I don't have to do anything. I don't have to sell anything or worry about anything. I can just buy pet food as I need. Sooner or later, the rest of the server will realize it too, but I like that I have it to myself.
Each of the witnesses for being here. Mr. Salapore, let me just start with you. I just want to back up and make sure I understand your testimony because it seems extraordinary to me. And I'm reading the letters that you submitted from your attorney when you first contacted the FAA, when you contacted the committee. So my understanding is you worked on both the 787 and the 7777, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you identified major safety concerns with both of these lines, so
Yes,
to say.
sir.
And you identified these to your superiors.
Yes, sir. I have written many memos, time after time, that we can provide.
Over a period of years, I think.
Yeah, this is like 3 years. For the 787, it's been 3 years of effort.
And so your concerns, who knew about your concerns? How far up the chain do you know that they went?
I have gone as high as Mark Stockton and Lisa Fall, who's the vice president.
The vice president of the company. Yeah. So they were and are aware of these major safety concerns. And this is what you do for a living. I mean, you're an engineer, right? I mean,
I'm an engineer. I went to quality about 3-4 years ago. And when you put your quality hat, we are the eyes and ears of the public for the safety of the airplane. That's how I feel about our job. And so I have, when I see concerning information or concerning, let's say, production issues, then it is our responsibility to make sure that, if we are causing the airplane to have increased risk factors, our job is to eliminate those risk factors.
Are these planes safe?
Right now, I would not, it's like an earthquake.
No.
The big earthquake is coming, but when that hits the building that, let's say if you're talking of a building, have to be prepared to accommodate that type of a, let's say, shakeup. It has to be built properly. Right now, from what I've seen, the airplanes are not being built per spec and per requirement.
So your testimony is the 787 line and the 777, the 777 line are you think are not?
Well,
not safe.
they are doing stuff that increases the risk factors. Okay, when you increase the risk factors, it's not just one. You are doing stress concentrations. That those stress concentrations, like breaking a paper clip, you do it once or twice, it doesn't break, but it breaks at some time. As the plane gets older, all of these things that you took, you said it's not a safety issue, it becomes a safety issue.
And the company's response to you was to threaten you?
Threaten you, sideline you, transfer you.
You raised concerns about the 787, and so they transferred you to the 7777, right?
Well, yes. Initially, they just cut me off of all the meetings. They took my name out, and then so I was just doing nothing. I wasn't informed of what. Then they transferred me, and they do it pretty stealthy. Oh, we have a job over here. We want you to go over there. So they move you down there, and I come from like 40 years of engineering background. So when I see and I've taken a lot of stress classes, even though I'm not a specialist on that, but when there's a problematic area that you see, you can recognize.
So I just want to make sure I got the sequence right. So you raise these concerns, you get on the 787, you get transferred over to the 777. You raise the concerns there. They ignore it in both. They haven't addressed any of these concerns. Is that your testimony?
Yes, sir.
And at some point, they start to threaten you. You're talking about your boss calling you on your personal phone and berating you. And when did that start?
Well, that started right after when I said, we have made over 300 plus airplanes. We still don't know how to put the load and sell. What I mean by that, if you build in an airplane, build in a house, it's like, putting the foundation. We have made over 300 airplanes. We still changing our process, like build the foundation to put the airplanes. We are struggling with that because they have changed the process, from stable to unstable situation. They're not building the same datums that we were building. So you're causing your own problem, but you don't want to admit it. Just force fit the problem, force fit the misaligned holes and everything else and move on. And that's what they have been doing. And that's what I have brought up to their attention. I told my boss that I said in the report, I said, we have made 300 plus airplanes. That should have been more than adequate for us to resolve these things. All the problems that we've had, we put Band-Aid over Band-Aid to resolve the problems, and Band-Aid over Band-Aid doesn't cover it. Maybe we need to consider some engineering fundamentals with a little bit of GD&T to figure out what the problem is. And right after that, he came back to my desk, and he like I said, he made the threat, and then after that, he says, are you in or are you out?
Meaning what? Are you in and are you out with Boeing? Are you going to be a good citizen and keep your mouth shut? Was that the implication?
That's how I can interpret that. He would walk by me and he said, you better. Then he said, I want you to write it in writing. Tell me, are you in or are you out?
My lips are very chapped. I'm going to go get some lip balm. I'll be right back. Yeah, my lips are good. Warmer in here now. Let's take my jacket off. Gonna be a nice sunny day, finally. There we go. Better.
Put it in writing whether or not you were gonna.
I'm in or out, and what that means, are you gonna just shut up?
Right.
Well, that's only
that would be in. If you wanted to be in, you needed to be quiet. You needed to stop this. Don't say anything more. Certainly, don't tell the public.
That's how I interpret it. But he told me to write it in writing, and I'm trying to write it, and there was 10 emails, just because I haven't received your email on this. Send it to me, and this and that.
So then he's pressuring you.
Then he's pressuring you, and then his manipulation even got further than that. I'm trying to take a class on my own time that I have to flex the time. He wouldn't let me do that. I have a doctor's appointment. He cancels my doctor's appointment at the same day. Different manipulating different things to retaliate, to make your life miserable. And then, I started talking to go somewhere else. You just try to escape from that because this is hell, that I was subjected to. And then he threatens you with that. And really, with my background, I've had some, it's really has made me where 3 o'clock in the morning, I'm waking up with somebody stabbing me. I'm still receiving psychological help to just get back on normal.
Well, it is unbelievable to me that in the midst of this safety crisis at this corporation, that what they're doing is threatening their own engineers, whose job it is to help identify potential safety concerns. And rather than saying, you know what, you've got a point, we need to maybe do something about this, they're telling you to hide it, they're reassigning you, they're threatening you, they're trying to shut you up. In the meantime, I noticed this guy, Dave Calhoun, I think he's the CEO. I guess he's leaving at the end of the year. I wonder how much he's getting paid. I bet it's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot more than my paycheck.
I bet it's a lot more than your paycheck.
Yeah.
I bet it's a heck of a lot.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for holding this hearing. I think we're just scratching the surface here, but this is extraordinary. It's just extraordinary. Thank you.
Hey everyone, what's up? Welcome back. So, Dark and Darker. This is the game that in a lot of ways marked the kickoff to the recent surge in non-FPS extraction titles we've seen over these past couple of years. If you don't recall, this is the action combat fantasy RPG extraction game that has you dungeon diving in search of loot while fending off all sorts of fantasy creatures and also dealing with the constant threat of hostile players. Go in, fight, collect valuables, try to escape alive, and that's pretty much the gist of it. Now, I initially covered this game when it was first available for testing back in December 2022. In the years since, a whole lot has happened. The game finally made its way back onto Steam last June, and in the subsequent months has received numerous updates to the point where it's quite different from what it was when I initially played it a little over 2 years ago. So in today's video, sponsored by Iron Mace, I'm going to be giving you an updated look at Dark and Darker, going over the core fundamentals of what the game is, how it plays, along with checking out some of what is new and different from the last time around, the last time we saw it and covered it here on the channel. So, alright, let's go ahead and dive in and check out Dark and Darker. Now, as mentioned, this at its core is an extraction game, but rather than being a first-person shooter like the genre's best-known origins of Tarkov, this is a first-person action game in a fantasy setting of swords and sorcery. One of the things I initially really liked about Dark and Darker is how it delivers on the whole dungeon diving experience. Like, it does a great job of creating this sense of going on an adventure, exploring through a dark dungeon full of surprises, traps, deadly creatures, and other players who also happen to be quite deadly. Most of the time anyways. Sometimes you'll just watch them crouch spam, kind of funny looking, or running by giving you a thumbs up, also quite funny. The core loop of the game works something like this. You'll drop into a map somewhere on its parameter, then as you move from one room to the next, you'll be killing enemy NPCs, collecting any loot they drop, along with scavenging around for crates and treasure chests for more items, and then after a few minutes, extraction points will open up in multiple locations. With your inventory full, you then walk out easy peasy, piece of cake, you fill your coffers, and you run again. Simple as that, no problems, right? Well, nope, not exactly, not quite. Getting in the way of this breezy scenario is death. Lots and lots of death, which comes in many forms. For starters, even the most basic enemies in this game can be a massive obstacle, quickly depleting your health if not properly engaged. And I mean that literally, like even the starting, basic, slow-moving skeletons can kill you in a few hits. The game really puts a large emphasis on your positioning, distance, and knowing when and how to strike. When you first get started, this will require taking it easy and observing. How does an enemy attack? Is it a forward stab, an overhead slam, a horizontal slash? Is there one strike or two? So on and so on and so on. And this rings true for every single enemy in the game, of which there are quite a few. You've got several varieties of skeletons with melee, ranged, and caster variants. There's a whole host of wildlife, including things like wolves, spiders, bats, and mosquitoes. And then there are ghosts, zombies, elementals, golems, werewolves, goblins, the list goes on and on. In addition to all of those basic varieties, every single map also has numerous elite enemies as well as these unique bosses, each with their very own particular attack cadence, patterns, and skills for you to memorize. Pretty much all of that you will eventually want to learn, because getting hit by anything at any point is bad for your health. In fact, in most cases, it really only takes a few slip-ups for you to be hit one too many times and subsequently die. Now, as with anything, the more you play, the more you learn, and the better you'll get. Eventually, you will learn and figure out exactly how every enemy attacks attacks, which coupled with the knowledge of the attack patterns for your class and weapons makes combat feel like this satisfying dance. You walk up to an enemy, in most cases you will either then be strafing, backing up, or ducking to avoid their first attack, and then countering that with 1 or 2 hits yourself, rinse and repeat. In fact, if you watch seasoned players play this game, they really make the PvE combat look like a total cakewalk, but it only appears that way because they have learned all of the tricks and positioning required after playing for a long time. When you first start out yourself, it will not be quite this simple, although one easy trick I can tell you is you want to try to bait attacks whenever possible, basically walking just within swing range and then moving either back or to the side to avoid their strike and then countering once they're in recovery. The game is littered with these enemy NPCs, by the way. Pretty much every single room on every map is loaded with a predetermined mix, something that you will also learn with time, exactly which enemies are placed where in every room on every map. And I will add here as well that as you continue to progress playing through the game, you'll not even want or need to fight every one of these, instead clearing only what is necessary to, say, loot a valuable chest or to prepare for an upcoming PvP fight. But otherwise, later on, you're going to often find yourself running past enemies, dodging them to get to the next room, and then closing the door. That often becomes the play. It all just really depends on what you're trying to do in any given match or at any given moment. But yeah, maybe early on you're fighting and clearing every single enemy that you aggro, and this is part of the learning process as you figure out their attacks and when and how to strike back. But eventually you're going to be skipping a lot and only fighting what is necessary, whether it's because you're running from PvP, running towards PvP, or you're only wanting to kill enemies that let you loot a very valuable chest or let you engage an elite or a boss with very valuable loot. Eventually you won't be fighting absolutely everything, or at least that's I guess what we would consider suboptimal play. So beyond exploring the dungeon and fighting these enemies along with collecting loot, as mentioned, the other big element of this game is player versus player. Every single match you are thrown into a lobby with a handful of other people, and in most cases, if you see one of them, there's gonna be a fight. Very rarely is that not the case, unless someone's memeing around, like you'll see them hopping and crouching really fast up and down, or giving you the thumbs up or whatever to let you know, like, hey, I'm doing something else, or I don't really want to fight. Now, sometimes you can use that as an opportunity to attack them if you want to be that guy. Other times, they're faking, and then they're going to attack you when they get close. So just it's a PvP game. There's going to be PvP. Expect PvP. But sometimes, for the lulz, there isn't PvP. So currently, the game offers solo, duo, and trio queues. As for myself, I have mostly done solo and some duo, and I gotta say, in both experiences, I've really enjoyed the PvP. I mean, of course, you could argue it is the primary draw for a game like this, and I'll add that PvP, quite challenging, no doubt about it. It took me a while to get my bearings, even having played the game quite substantially a couple of years ago. It still took a while to get back into things, to get reacclimated. There's not only multiple classes for you to learn, either from the perspective of playing them or fighting against them, but then there's also many different weapon types as well as potential active and passive ability combos for each of those classes, all of which you will slowly pick up the more fights you get in, what classes are easy for you, which ones are harder, or even matchups that are nearly impossible. Like, so for example, right now I've been mostly playing a medium and light armor dual-wielding Slayer warrior. Quite good in a lot of 1v1 matchups, except for one primary thing being heavy armor wearers. Anyone that has like a ton of physical damage reduction is really hard for my current build to deal with. Not impossible though, as my class is fairly quick, especially with the sprint skill, and I am using a heavy bow, so basically my goal is to try to whittle them down before getting into melee range. But regardless, this is a class and gear-based PvP game with combat that for me is a bit reminiscent of Chivalry, in the sense that a lot of the skill here comes down to knowing the attack patterns as well as the potential of the different weapons your opponents are using, and then positioning and spacing to dodge those attacks, countering when the player is in recovery. It's a lot like the PvE, but just a lot more dynamic, because you're playing a person instead of like pre-established scripted AI that always begins with the same first attack, right? A little more unpredictable, the PvP players, but you got to learn their attack patterns and the potential for each of the classes and each of the weapons, and then go into that fight with that in mind, engaging only when it's safe or relatively safe. And that, coupled with knowing whatever spells or abilities those different classes have, especially the caster classes, and how to maneuver against those without taking too much damage. The whole thing is very skill and very knowledge based. It's, again, once more, just something that takes time. Get some fights under your belt. You are going to die, but you will be learning in the process. Now, the other big thing worth mentioning are the countless environmental hazards, because while engaged in PvP, you're going to need to avoid drawing aggro aggro from PvE enemies as much as possible, which is easier said than done because, as aforementioned, every single room is pretty much jam-packed with PvE enemies, and if you accidentally aggro one of the more dangerous ones while you're in the middle of a PvP fight, well, that's just one more thing for you to contend with in addition to the player. But then also, there's a fairly wide variety of traps and damage-dealing obstacles that are scattered around the maps. You got things like rocks and ice shards that can fall from the ceiling, or spike traps, as well as swinging axe pendulums that will damage you if you get within their range, or even poison clouds that roam the halls from the zombies that shamble around, and plenty more. Yeah, as mentioned, while the objective of this game is simple, load into a map, collect the loot, get out alive, it's executing that amongst all of the dangers that makes everything quite challenging. Okay, so when I played the game last, there were 6 classes to choose from. Those were the fighter, the barbarian, the rogue, the ranger, the wizard, and the cleric. Each of these do basically what they sound like they do. Since then, 4 additional classes have been added. Now we've also got the bard, who plays music, granting buffs, really good at CC and melee, but quite loud, giving away your position. There's the warlock, all about dark magic, cast powerful curses, but at the expense of their life. You got the druid, who's a shapeshifter with nature magic and healing, and then the sorcerer, who has strong elemental magic with long cooldowns. So you're going to pick the class that you want depending on the style or role that you feel like playing, and then from there you're going to choose from a list of multiple active abilities which ones you want to use, as you can't have every single one of them, and that is why, once more, in the PvP, you're going to have to learn the wide array of potential combinations, because not every bard is going to be exactly the same.
It got warmer really
fast.
fast.
Exactly
Yay, it's going to be a warmer day.
On the actives, but also the passives that they choose from, because then you have these passive perk slots. These are buffs that will enhance the character's attacks, abilities, and spells.
Yeah, I don't have to wear my
Every class
jacket
can equip
anymore.
4 of these that they want active at a time from a much larger list of roughly 9 to 10 potential passives per class. Now, in my recent revisit, I started out playing as a ranger, going with a bow build, and then crossbow using spears, and then eventually I swapped over to the class I'm currently playing, the fighter, which, as stated earlier, I'm focused on kind of being really fast, dual-wielding Slayer playstyle. I like it a lot. I am interested in trying some of the caster classes. They do seem quite powerful, but also much more skill and knowledge intensive. Mostly been my hesitancy to jumping into them as of this point. So as for the maps, these have also changed significantly from when I last played. They are pretty much completely different, in fact, from what I recall. Although there are some similar rooms that were used in the earlier build. A lot of them are here as well. There's also a lot of new stuff, and the overall structure and layout and presentation of these maps feel pretty much brand new from what I recall. So first, there's the Goblin Caves, which is a nice starter map. It's smaller in scale than the others and kind of more simple to digest. As the name implies, this one is full of goblins in addition to some of the other baseline creatures. And then the other gimmick here is that the cave is slowly collapsing as time progresses, and you need to get out before the ceiling entirely caves in when the clock strikes 0. So for extraction, beyond the portals that you can escape or the stairs, there's also numerous ropes that you can grab, which will slowly lift you out. The next map, Frost Mountain, consists of caverns and ruins all covered in ice. You've got lots of ice-themed and enhanced enemies here. Again, beyond the staircases and portals, its themed extraction mechanic is this water raft that you can jump on, carrying you out on a stream. And then finally, the Ruins of the Forgotten Castle. This is currently my favorite map. It's ancient ruins, carries over a lot from what the original map had, but I think coolest of all is that currently it's the only map with multiple floors that you can descend lower for increased challenges and rewards. So on the top level, you've got these standard blue extraction portals and stairs, but then also multiple staircases that are red, which will take you 1 level lower. The first floor is outside. You got open air above you. This is mostly a mix of basic skeletons, wisp, and gargoyles, with some few more things mixed in, but it's above ground, it's up in the sky. And then the second floor takes you to a more traditional dungeon crawler, which is a lot of the rooms and structure that I recall from the 2022 version that I played. And then finally, the third floor, you can descend an additional level from floors 2 to 3, and that is going to take you to this all-red bloody region, which consists of the game's most difficult enemy types, but again, results in some of the best potential gear. Now, also as an interesting twist is that when you move down a floor, it actually puts you into a new lobby of players who also move down from the first floor to the second floor, and this is different from the original lobby that you played with up at the higher level. So you're basically going to be constantly running into new players, even if you cleared everyone that was on the first floor in this map. Maps have 2 variations with normal and high roller, as well as 2 gear score ranges and 3 different team sizes, those being the solo, duo, and trio. So quite a lot of different hoppers here, depending on how you want to play, the kind of experience that you want. I'll say personally, I've really enjoyed solo and duo with a low gear score. It just seems like a great way to learn, and really no stakes here, like non-existent, especially with the inclusion of the Squire, which is one of my favorite additions from the last time that I played. So this is an NPC that lets you select a predetermined loadout for your character, which you'll be automatically equipped with anytime you die. So this is going to give you a choice of various types of starting, which is gray and white, low-level gear. And when you first begin playing, you're not going to have much to pick from, but as you progress and complete quests for the game's numerous vendors, you will unlock additional weapons, armor, and consumables that you can use at the Squire. And I just love this because it eliminates any need to fiddle around with equipping your character every time you die, which was previously the case. When I died in the past, I'd have to go in and either select from my stash of stuff that I had stored or purchase new stuff from the different vendors to re-equip my character, putting on all the gear pieces, the weapons that I wanted, and all the consumables that I wanted. Every single time after every single match, the Squire eliminates that. You just select your predetermined loadout. When you die, you're automatically going to get re-equipped with it, which means you can just instantly hit go again and load straight into another match. Takes away a lot of the pain in between matches and a lot of the annoyance from dying if you can just go right away again. No stakes at all, and I really, really like it. So outside of the Squire, there are 12 additional merchants in the game who sell an assortment of items on a rotating stock, some of whom will buy any gear or treasures that you want to sell, giving you gold in return so you can buy the stuff you do need. And then, as mentioned, they've also got a series of quests for you, asking you to complete some objective, all the usual stuff. They'll say, hey, visit this location on this map, or kill these particular enemies, or bring me this item. Doing these will give you loot and currency, but also, in many cases, unlocks more items for you to potentially load into your Squire loadout. A couple of other mechanics and features worth noting. They've got leaderboards here with rankings for all the different game modes and team sizes. There's player trading. Now this is locked behind the $30 legendary upgrade. However, the game is otherwise free to play, so this is just like if you want to get player trading, this is a nice benefit from it, in addition to additional character slots and increased experience. Player trading lets you do what it sounds like. You can trade items with other players directly. The Gathering Hall is a group finder separated per region, and then lastly you get some customization with things like lobby backgrounds, skins for your characters and items, along with emotes, all of which can be purchased in the cash shop. Again, once more, it's a baseline free-to-play game. Now the most recent update, which came mid-December with the launch of season number 5. With this, beyond resetting character progression, they made some changes to make the dungeon runs less stagnant, with the first iteration of random dungeon system starting with the crypts. So this is that lower level beyond the first level of the ruins. Now they plan to expand this into more dungeon biomes with random generation throughout the season, so we'll be getting additional lower levels of dungeons in the future. They implemented a continuous matchmaking system, so players, rather than waiting for filling up a lobby after every run, you can instantly jump straight into a new match immediately. It will be in progress, although in my experience it'll be at most a few minutes in, but not much more. I've never joined a match that only had like 4 minutes left. I guess that's what I would say. Usually it's at least within the first half of the match, giving you some time to do some stuff before you extract. In most cases, it's within the first couple of minutes, if not immediately at the beginning of the match. Again, just my experience. They also added that brand new sorcerer class. They added a item socket feature for further gear customization, a new achievement system. They updated the questing system, making it synchronized across all characters on your account. And they've also launched the inaugural season of the game's arena with its own leaderboards as well. And that pretty much does it for our updated look at Dark and Darker. As you can see, the game has gotten quite a few updates since the last time we gave it a look. It's in many ways just so much more new things between the new classes, the new presentation of the dungeon system, the new mechanics and features, the new different extraction points, and in particular, one of my favorite things, the addition of that Squire. Absolutely love it. Nice to see it continuing to evolve and get supported with time. If you'd like to learn more and check out the game for yourself, link is available below. Thanks once again to Iron Mace for sponsoring this video. Thank you as always for watching. Hope you enjoyed. I'll see you guys in the next one. Take it easy.
We are now living through the definitive decline of the American empire, along with the deepening crisis of the American capitalism that both produced that empire and depended upon it. And therefore, the two things are happening together. It has plunged the United States into levels of difficulty it was not prepared for, and that it did not, in general, with very few exceptions, expect to see, if not in the immediate future, for many of them, ever. What do I mean? I mean a working class, the vast majority of the American people, that finds its conditions fundamentally under attack. Real wages have not gone up in this country, and by real wages, again, I simply mean the money wage you get adjusted for the prices you have to pay. You can afford as much today with your wages as you could in the 1970s. It's extraordinary. The illusion of a rising standard of living has now been burst because it is now understood to have depended for all that time on levels of debt that are generally recognized as unsustainable. Government debt owed by the U.S., corporate debt owed by the business sector, and personal or household debt owned by the mass of people are all at or near record levels. Therefore, no one knows how an economic downturn, when next it hits, will ramify across such a deeply indebted, crisis-ridden capitalism. And the signs of empire decline only became clearer across the year 2024. We are losing the war in Ukraine, which should have made people understand by now this is not a war between Russia and Ukraine. This is a war between Russia and its allies, mostly known as the BRICS nations, and the United States and its allies, mostly known as the G7. In that war, Russia has moved and taken over, in effect, about a third of the country. It is far west of where its former border with Ukraine was, and it's therefore crystal clear who's winning and who's losing. And the destruction of the Ukrainian economy and of many of its cities and railroads, energy system, are all testimony to that reality. The corresponding damage on the Russian side is inconsequential. That is a reality. And coming after the American loss of the war in Vietnam and loss of the war in Afghanistan and loss of the war in Iraq, the handwriting is surely on the wall. I would also say that the reality of all of this, while still not clear in the minds of the American people, is lurking just below the surface. So, for example, Americans have become aware that the real competitor of the United States, and it's a competitor in the economic sense for the first time in a century that could be and has been called the American century, because the American empire replaced the British Empire, which could make that claim for the 19th and part of the 20th century. It became clear that China was the new competitor. China, at the beginning of the year, had an alliance with 4 other countries, the 5 countries making up the BRICS. By the end of the year, 6 other nations had formally joined the BRICS, and another 10 to 20 have indicated their desire and intention to do so. This makes the BRICS a global bloc, a part of the world economy, allied together. And if you do the arithmetic, which economists like me do, you will know not only is the BRICS taken together now well over 50% of the people on this planet, but they already, if you add them up, have a larger GDP that is already significantly higher than that of the United States and its G7 allies. So the harsh reality is we are living through and slowly becoming conscious of the decline, relatively speaking, of the American empire and the rise of, well, 2024 doesn't yet allow us to say what's coming next. Could it be a Chinese empire? Clearly, if past is prologue, it may well be. But it's also possible that the Chinese mean it when they say they seek a multipolar world, not another empire. And at least for the moment, it isn't clear whether they can achieve that goal or even whether it is altogether their goal. But for the United States, we are in extraordinary difficulty. Lastly, one of the signs of such difficulty is a level of desperate, incoherent political leadership and policies. The election of Mr. Trump is one symptom of the decline of this empire. So too is the attack on allies who are being browbeaten on the grounds that they're not contributing more to the alliance because the United States can't afford to do what it has been doing and doesn't know how to fix the situation. The intense scapegoating inside the United States of immigrants, of the Chinese, and of a random collection of other demonized others. These are signs of decline. In the 19th and 20th centuries, when the American economy and empire were growing, it invited, it welcomed, and it productively integrated waves of immigrants, huge waves of immigrants. The scapegoating instead, the promised deportation of millions that Mr. Trump has promised, are not the sign of a problem with immigrants. It's a sign that the United States economy is not growing, cannot absorb what it once used as a means to its own advantage and growth. That's a sign of weakness. And so too is the end of a commitment to neoliberal globalization, free trade, and all of that. Just as happened in the British Empire, free trade is no longer advantageous. So it's going to be unfree trade, or what is more politely termed protectionism. And the United States, especially under Mr. Trump, but there was no big difference here from Mr. Biden either, is becoming nationalist and protectionist. It cannot operate a global economy anymore. Only gestures are left for that, while the reality is a turning inward, and in the name of isolating its enemies, what you have is the United States isolating itself. The former leader of the Republican Party in the Senate, Mitch McConnell, and he went critical against the new Republican president coming in, Mr. Trump, and he attacked Trump for being, quote unquote, an isolationist. What Mr. McConnell is pointing out is that the turn to protectionism, literally the slogan America First, which is what this movement of isolationism back in the 1920s also called itself, the America First movement. He was saying to Mr. Trump, you better be very careful because we are not in the conditions of the 1920s. And an isolationism that was possible as a strategic move then, by the way, ultimately undone by World War II and the active intervention in that war undertaken by the Democratic President Roosevelt. But Mr. McConnell was telling Trump, you don't even have that room that you had a little bit in the 1920s. Here are the key differences. In the 1920s, the United States, while an important up-and-coming capitalist economy, was really still only one of a contesting group. The Japanese contested, even despite the end of World War I. The Germans rapidly rebuilt their economy, demonstrating that capitalism can come back from cataclysmic world wars if there are the conditions enabling them to do so, which there were at that time. But for the United States, it was still a relatively small global player. It did not depend on global supply chains the way it does now. It did not depend on a global market the way it does now. It did not depend on global capital markets the way it does now. And for those reasons, turning inward and cutting yourself off from the world is a much more difficult undertaking, especially because the last 50 years, the last 3 decades of the 20th century and the first 2 of the 21st, were times of massive outflow of capital from the United States to the rest of the world, the creation of global supply chains, the hollowing out of American manufacturing industry and moving it to Asia, Africa, and Latin America, operating a global system, utilizing the US dollar as a global currency. All of those things make turning inward very difficult, very costly, and therefore liable to provoke many American capitalist corporations to oppose that protectionism because it hurts their interests outside the United States, which have become so much more important than they were in the 1920s. So it might turn out to be, and many of us believe it will, that while it is clever politics for Mr. Trump to talk a big language of punishing foreigners, deporting migrants, imposing tariffs against close allies like the Canadians and the Mexicans, that all looks good, it looks tough. It's the old American empire flexing its muscles, or so it seems on the evening news. It did get Mr. Trump elected, but as real economic policy, much, much more difficult. Much of what he says will never happen. He won't even propose it once he's in office, or if he does, it will go down to a defeat. And as is normal in American politics, the Democrats who will help kill his program will go out of their way to hide how much damage they're doing in order that they can attack him later for failing to get his program through. Tariffs are a kind of tax. You can see the chaos of the Republican Party because it's been a party that for the last century has led the way in being, ready, opposed to taxes. And yet its proposals of Mr. Trump to impose tariffs is an immense program pro-taxing. It'll levy taxes on Americans the way they haven't seen for many, many decades. It will raise the prices of everything, and it's anti-inflation. That was another part of how Mr. Trump won. How is he going to work this out? No one knows, him included. This doesn't work. And enraging your allies, which his proposals are certain to do, only weakens the United States further. And all the gestures and all the symbolism of a powerful America will not paper over the kinds of crises that he faces. And if he deports millions of Mexicans and Central Americans, not only will such an act plunge those countries into economic and political extremity, which, if they can't migrate away, will produce revolutionary turmoil in that part of the world with unknown consequences. But it will also mean that the super exploited immigrant here in the United States will no longer be a source of the super profits of many corporations, especially in the fields of agriculture, in the fields of entertainment, restaurants, and in the field of construction, where these undocumented, underpaid workers are the source of enormous economic wealth being produced. Remove that, you remove the wealth. If we had a boom in rentals and in home prices, which we have had, making housing unaffordable, affordable for millions of Americans. That would get much worse if he carries through. In other words, we're seeing a government full of gestures, but also full of policy contradictions for which no clear solution is on the horizon. We are truly an empire in dire straits of trying to come to terms with what it is going through. This is all signs. You'd have to be really blind or desperate not to see all that's going on. This generation of Americans who don't believe that their children are going to have a higher standard of living than they do. More and more of the money you and I pay in taxes in the United States is not going to give us a useful service. It's going to pay off whoever lent money to the government. The United States is in a declining position in the world economy. You could pretend it wasn't there, you could deny it, but it's getting harder and harder as these tariffs and sanctions all show. When I was growing up in the United States, that was assumed to be somehow the magic benefit of being an American. Each generation would live better. You will live better than your parents, they live better than your grandparents, etc., etc., etc. It was just built in to what came to be called American exceptionalism. It was nothing exceptional. It was that profits were better here for all kinds of reasons, and capital came here. And when profits became better somewhere else, capital left. We are hysterical as a nation with the problems we can't solve and the magical scapegoats with which our leaders propose to distract us. Well, the United States at this point is stuck on its own history. It can't adjust. You know, it has developed a society which told itself and its people that the profit motive is the royal road to prosperity and success. Let companies pursue the profit, and well, over the last 30 years, companies did that. They pursued the profit, and they went to China, or they went to India, or they went to Brazil, which they're still doing. And so Americans were stuck. What were they going to say? We don't believe in the profit motive? The results of the profit are not good for us? They would have to rethink the entire pro-capitalist ideology that private pursuit of profit leads to the best outcome for everybody. Look, that's what's taught in the universities where I've been a professor all my life. That's what was taught to me. And I went to all the elite universities here. That was the ideology. And the problem is that misunderstands that capitalism is, in fact, a profit-driven system, and it will therefore go where the profits dictate. If you're the place to which profit dictates investment, you're having a good time. You're having the second half of the 20th century in the United States. But if you're living in a country which isn't the profit attractor, because that's somewhere else, China, India, then you're going to be on the bad side of the profit motive. That's what's forcing itself into the consciousness of the United States. They're now seeing that free trade and profit-driven is what lost the jobs. You referred to it earlier correctly about the disappearing middle class. They're beginning to understand. Let's be economic historians together just for a moment. You know, here I live in the United States. The history of our country, we once had capitalism dynamic and growing in the area called New England, Maine, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Connecticut, and so on. Then eventually it moved into what we call the mid-Atlantic states, New York, Pennsylvania, and so on. Then it moved to the Midwest, Ohio, Indiana, Illinois. Then it moved to the South and the far West, California, and so on. And it left behind empty factories, depressed economic units. In recent decades, it's left the United States altogether. General Motors produces more cars in China than it does in the United States. Ditto for Ford, and so on. Well, guess what, friends? Capitalism, looking for profits, goes where the profits are the highest. And over the last 30 years, What China has done, no great secret, it has said to the world's capitalists, come here. We want you. We welcome you. We offer you an educated, disciplined labor force, much cheaper than what you pay your workers in Western Europe or North America or Japan. And because we are growing, we offer you the fastest growing market. And because we have a huge population, it's the world's biggest and fastest growing market. Well, I've been a professor at business schools, and I can assure you, we teach the students who are the future business leaders that if you want your business to succeed, you go where the wages are low and the market is growing. That's what you do. And so capitalists have left the United States, Western Europe, and Japan, and moved into China, India, Brazil. If you don't like that, if it depresses you about what that means, that all of America is now experiencing the decline that New England and Mid-Atlantic experienced half a century ago, then the problem for you is capitalism, not this or that detail. It's a system that goes to where the profits are, and the profits are not here unless you create them artificially. Tariffs give you artificial profit opportunities by being able to jack up the prices. But that's called an inflation, has other very negative consequences. The poor capitalists are stuck. What they do to solve a problem makes another problem worse. That's another sign of decline. That putting tariffs on a vast array of products is what we call protection. You are protecting the industries inside your country by hampering the competition they face from abroad. Now, let's take the most egregious example of these new tariffs that were implemented this last week against China by the United States. The most extreme example is the electric car and truck, where the tariff, which was already in place at 27.5%, was raised to 100%. Let me explain briefly what that means. Imagine an electric car or truck made in China. I should tell everyone that China is now the world's #1 producer of electric cars and trucks. They have figured out over the last 10 years that people have been competing in various parts of the world to produce a profitable electric vehicle as the way our society is going to replace the horrible pollution of the gas-powered automobile with an electric automobile. Put aside whether that is an adequate climate control response, it isn't, but let's deal just with the tariff question. Okay, the Chinese have done it. They've won that competition, hands down. They produce the highest quality at the lowest price. So the competition has happened. Lots of companies here in the United States have been working on producing electric vehicles and the batteries needed to power them, but the Chinese have won that. Their system, which you can think about, has been able to mobilize their scientific talent, their technology, their corporations, private and public, and they've won the competition. So if the world were going to buy the best, cheapest electric vehicle, we would all be buying Chinese. Much of the world is doing that, including Europe, where the Chinese cars and trucks, you see them on the road, not a problem. But no American sees them. Why? Because the 27.5% tariff means that whatever the Chinese charge for their trucks, electric trucks and cars, you have to pay that price to the Chinese if you were an American, plus 27.5% going to Uncle Sam as the tariff. That prices the Chinese out of the American market. You're going to make this even worse because Americans know and have told our government that the Chinese continue to improve their technology so that they're going to be even cheaper and even better than the Americans and others competing with them are likely to be for years into the future. That's how far ahead the Chinese have achieved. Okay, so we are now raising it. If the car costs $20,000 that you're buying from China to pay to the Chinese, you'll have to add another $20,000 and pay $40,000 here in the United States, because you have to pay $20 to U.S. government in tariff on top of the $20 to China. This effectively protects everybody producing a car here in the United States. If it costs $35,000 in the United States to produce a roughly similar truck or car, well, then you can sell it at 35. You could sell it at 36, 37, 38, because it would always still be cheaper to buy that car than the $40,000 you'd have to pay for the Chinese. That's why it's called protection. And it is mostly occurring because the losers of a competition don't want to pay the price of having lost the competition. There's no nice way to say this, and nobody should be fooled when the losers of the competition insist that the winner cheated. That's what they always say. It's never their fault. It's not they didn't develop the technology. They didn't develop the expertise in batteries. They didn't, no. They did everything right. The other side is cheating. Secretary of the Treasury Yellen went to China and invented an entirely new economics. Excess capacity, she said. The Chinese produce huge factories. Of course they do. That's how they achieve their efficiency. It's called economies of scale. It's something we teach economics students in the first year. If you produce a lot of something, you can bring down the cost per unit of what you produce. So you always build in excess capacity. Competitive enterprises do it all the time. It's part of American economic history. She's just counting, Ms. Yellen is, on people not understanding these basics, and so finding this to be some sort of argument as if the Chinese have cheated. No, they didn't. They outdid you. Competition always has winners and losers. And I know that here in America, I'm born and raised here, we cannot imagine the United States losing ever anything. But we do. We lost the war in Vietnam. We lost the war in Afghanistan. But Americans need to believe that we're always winning. The tariffs are a sign that American dominance, which we got used to after World War II, from the second half of the 20th century, was the dominance of the United States. And with the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1989, it left the United States in what political scientists like to call a unipolar moment. But that's over now. The United States isn't what it was, and the Chinese and their allies have become a powerful new competitor. And the United States is having a hard time adjusting, which I can understand. And the politicians don't know what to do. Their ideology was free market. That didn't work out. They're now switching to economic nationalism, protecting everywhere, sanctioning, funding this company, funding that company. Billions have been given, for example, to Elon Musk. The production of electric vehicles in this country by Tesla is a government-funded project. Americans don't want to face that. But if they hadn't done that, then he would have done everything elsewhere, or he wouldn't have done it at all. The government is crucial, not just when we collapse, like in 2008 and 9, and the government had to come in and bail out the banks, or in 2020-21, when the government had to save us from the COVID pandemic. The government is continuously now being brought in because this capitalism cannot compete. The United States is at an earlier stage. The sanctions you see, the tariffs you see, that's a switch to protectionism by a society that has no confidence in its own company's ability to compete. We used to. That's when the U.S. was the champion of free trade around the world. That's because we could win in those situations. We were the most technologically dynamic. We were the fastest growing, but we're not anymore. And we haven't been for a generation now. And it's beginning to impact us day by day. And nobody should be fooled by leaders who continue to sanction and to tariff as if we were free to do that without consequences. Here's the most important bottom line for Americans. If you raise the price of the tariff, if you raise the cost of imported goods, whether they are solar panels or semiconductor chips or electric vehicles or any of the other items, if you put a tariff on them, it means everything coming in from abroad costs much more, which allows the American competitors to charge more than they could have ever gotten away with if they had had to compete. We have a bizarre kind of capitalism in the United States. And by bizarre, I mean it puts our politicians in a very strange and awkward position. On the one hand, corporations want the government to do lots of expensive things for them. They want them to maintain a global military, to protect buying and selling around the world, which the United States does as much or more than any other country on earth. And it wants to protect its ability to get materials, to get them for a good price, and having hundreds and hundreds of military bases around the world, which is very expensive, not to mention the wars, which are even more expensive, is part of the cost of servicing what corporations want. At the same time, those corporations resent and fight against paying taxes, which would be the way the government gets the revenue to then do what the corporations want the government to do. All right, let's take a look then not at the corporations for a moment, but at the mass of working people. They too have things they want and need from the government to do. And like the corporations, the mass of people don't want to spend the taxes to pay for all of that. So we have corporations and working people, both of whom put demands on the government to do things which cost the government money, and yet at the same time, the corporations and the mass of people don't want to pay taxes. Last point, the corporations have enormous wealth to get the government to do what they want, and the mass of people do not. That is, nobody has so far organized the mass of people to put together the amount of money that might someday enable them to influence the government. But right now, and for most of the history of capitalism, the division of the income in a society between corporations and the people, and between rich and the mass of people, puts the overwhelming bulk of the wealth in the hands of corporations and the rich. And now what everybody knows who's honest, the corporations and the rich have been very successful in removing the burden of taxation off of themselves and onto the mass of people. This has been going on for the last century. And now here comes the point. After a certain level, the mass of people revolt. They say we will not pay more taxes. They make it impossible for politicians to keep doing what they've been doing, which is shifting the burden. For example, in case people are not familiar, we used to rely on the income tax, which is a progressive tax. The higher your income, the higher the percentage you have to pay. Then, when corporations were strong enough, they got that changed. Half of what the government raises now is money off of Social Security, withholding from the weekly check of an American. That's not a progressive tax. That does not go up in percentage as you get richer. In fact, if you earn more than $160,000 a year, which rich people in this country do, you don't pay on what's above $160,000. Only the average people pay. So look at how successful corporations and the rich have been in shifting the taxes. But they can't anymore. The mass of people won't allow it. They vote out anybody who raises their taxes. Okay, now the politicians are in a jam. The corporations and the people demand services, but they can't squeeze more taxes out of the masses, and the corporations and the rich have basically bribed their way out of paying much in the way of taxes. So what is the government going to do? What do the politicians do? Answer, they borrow money. The way they keep spending on the corporations and on the people is not by taxing, but by borrowing the money. And that's why the borrowing is getting bigger and bigger, and all the national debt is the accumulation of annual deficits over the years, and they're going crazy now because the government, desperate to hold on to political power, is spending money like there's no going out of style. Wars, military expenditure, everything is being spent without the ability to make the beneficiaries of that spending pay for it in taxes, because it's impossible for the politicians to survive if they would dare do that. If you tax corporations and the rich, they will fund whoever runs against you in the next election. So you're gone. And for the mass of people, they are so stressed right now that if you tax them an inch more, you really will have a popular revolt. It's a sign that American capitalism is in a very bad place. We are not the great economy our political leaders would like us to believe, neither Republicans nor Democrats. We are in very serious trouble, and one measure of that is that this political absurdity of our politicians having to borrow more and more because they don't have the courage to tax means that we are in the situation you described. We are loaded up with debt in a way that we used to identify with countries that were in trouble economically around the world. Now we don't hear that so much because it applies to us in terms of the ratio of the debt to the national income. And make no mistake, the debt matters. People who are seeing this explosion are trying to calm the American people. Well, it's not so important. Most of the debt is a debt of the government, the Treasury, to the Federal Reserve, which is another part of the United States government. All of that is true, but it is not relevant. It's not relevant because in the end, the government has to raise the money to pay the interest on this enormous debt. And that means more and more of the money you and I pay in taxes in the United States is not going to give us a useful service. It's going to pay off whoever lent money to the government. And here's the last step. The fundamental injustice of the national debt is often overlooked. Who lends money to the United States government? The minute you understand this, you will see it's rich people and corporations, and to some extent foreign corporations and foreign governments. The mass of people are not in a position, they don't have any extra money to lend to the government, so they don't. The mass of people pay the taxes that are used to pay the interest to corporations and the rich who are in a position to lend to the government. If you see that, here comes the punchline of punchlines. You will understand that when the politicians borrow money, they are doing an enormous service to corporations and the rich, because they're basically saying to them, we will not tax you. Instead, you shall take the money that we could have taken from you in taxes, and instead we will borrow it from you. And after a few years, we'll give it back to you. And during that time, we'll pay you interest on the money that we've borrowed from you. So for corporations, this is a no-brainer. Of course it's better to have the government borrow from you than to tax you as corporations and the rich. So that's why they tolerate it. And that's why the mass of people, even if they don't understand the economics, understand they're being ripped off. And the deficit is a mechanism for ripping off the mass of people who pay the cost of it, whereas the benefit goes to the corporations and the rich, who are the only ones to be able to lend to the government. One last point. Foreign governments are also able to lend money to the United States government. And most of the people watching this program probably don't know that the two largest lenders to the United States government are Japan and the People's Republic of China, ranking 1 and 2 among foreign lenders. China has somewhere around $800 billion lent to the United States government. That is money that the Chinese lend to the United States government, which the United States government can and does use in part to fight a war in Ukraine where China is helping the Russians. If that sounds like a strange arrangement, welcome to modern capitalism. This might strike you as even stranger. With $800 billion of U.S. debt, the United States has to tax all of us, which it does, to raise the money, which it then sends to Beijing in interest on all the debt that the Chinese own of the United States government, which means that part of the money China uses to build up its military is the money we American taxpayers deliver to them. It's the way capitalism has organized the world, and it's not the least of the absurd contradictions that this system is living with and imposing on all of us. I must tell you, the number of people that I encounter as an American who are questioning capitalism, I've never seen that in my entire life, what I am seeing around me now. And the willingness of young people, particularly young people, to challenge and question what the government is doing, well, you can see it on the campuses around Israel and Gaza, but that's the tip of the iceberg. They're questioning everything, and that's because they're not being offered the jobs they were taught to expect. They are not being offered the economic future they were taught to expect, and they are asking the questions that intelligent human beings have always asked when things don't work the way they're supposed to. Here's what I think is going on. I see, particularly again, the younger generations asking questions about the economic system much bolder, much deeper than I have ever seen before, and certainly that was true of my generation when I was a university student. And so I've asked myself, where is this going? And the answer I've come up with is the following. These young people are not going to be persuaded that voting for a Democrat versus a Republican, or for that matter, vice versa, that's not the solution. They understand the problems are deeper, and that these people are fundamentally puppets of the way the system is laid out.
A communist usually is a former socialist who changed his or her mind about something. And the best way to understand it is, again, a little history, as it often is. World War I was a crucial moment for all socialists. Would they fight or not? Debs and Lenin said, we will not fight. And they went to jail, or they were exiled because of it. Many socialists said we have to be loyal in our country. So, for example, the majority of Germany, the socialism was stronger in Germany at the beginning of World War I than anywhere else in the world. I mean, Marx was German, the reason for that. The Socialist Party split. It had elected many deputies to the parliament, and under parliamentary rules in Germany, as in many countries, the money for fighting World War I had to be voted by the parliament. And if they didn't get a majority of the votes, couldn't fight a war. The Kaiser at that time, the leader of Germany, Kaiser Wilhelm, he could declare a war, which he did. He couldn't fight it unless the bourgeoisie voted through its representatives to give him the money authority, the taxes and the printing authority to go ahead and do it, which was typical in all of them. So the socialists, who were huge, the second largest party in Germany at the time of World War I, was the Socialist Party. That's how strong they were. They had to decide what are their deputies going to do. If they had voted as a bloc against it, either the war wouldn't have happened, or it would have happened very differently. What are you going to do, arrest them all? It's your second biggest party. You have real trouble in your country. So the tremendous pressure put on them, and they split. A majority of them went with the government and voted what were called war credits. Voted for. A minority voted against. They were arrested. And the most famous among those arrested, a Socialist Party delegate to the German government, was a woman named Rosa Luxemburg. The war is now over, but the memories are bitter. Germany has lost the war, so everybody who voted for it is in the doghouse politically. The Kaiser is gone. Germany has lost. Devastated country, and it has reparations to pay to Britain, France, for the war. That was a new development. Make the loser pay. Who were the heroes? The few socialists who refused. They now, in retrospect, looked like the wise ones. We should have followed them. We wouldn't be in this terrible position. But they were very bitter against each other, these two. There was life and death for many of them and their families and everything else. Plus, a radical thing had changed the world. In one country, Russia, in the middle of World War I, 1917, remember the war goes from 1914 to 1918. In the middle of 1917, a revolution happens inside one of the warring countries, Russia, in which socialists take over and become the new government. You cannot understand modern history if you do not understand the importance of this. What it did was it made every socialist in the world say, oh my God, we've never done it. We've been an opposition party. We've been radicals, but we haven't won anywhere. Closest thing was something called the Paris Commune. For a few weeks in 1871, the working class took over the city of Paris and ran it, threw out the government and ran it themselves, called the Paris Commune. Marx was still alive and was involved from London with it. Wrote one of the greatest things he ever wrote about it. What mistakes they made. That was what was used by Lenin later to try to strategize the Russian Revolution, not to make the mistakes that they had made. Every socialist everywhere, no matter what she thought, realized they figured it out. These three famous men, Lenin, Trotsky, Stalin, the three. There were other leaders, but they were the three who came to be known, partly because of stuff that happened later. These Russians figured out how to take the next step of capturing a government. So the socialists around the world said, we have to support them. The revolution happens late in 1917, basically October, November. By 1918, 4 Western countries decide to invade Russia to crush this new communist, socialist, whatever government. Those 4 countries were Britain, France, United States, and Japan. They all sent troops to work with the Russians inside the country who were against the revolution. Rural people, right-wing people, religious people, that. Lots of them, too. There was a civil war going on inside the Russian Revolution. After the revolution, and it pitted the Red Army against the White Army. That's what they were called. Trotsky was in charge of the Red Army, and they were fighting to see whether the revolution would survive. And the White Army got the assistance of troops from Britain, France, United States, and Japan. By the way, footnote, 10,000 troops, Americans, were landed in Russia to fight against a new socialist government. Did Russians ever land in the United States to fight anybody? Never. Who, therefore, has the right to be afraid of whom? The Red Army won, the White Army was defeated, those foreign armies were driven out. The last Japanese soldier left in 1922. The world of socialism split all around the world. Those who believed you had to support whatever the Russians did, whatever the Soviets did, they were the ones who figured it out. They knew how to capture power. We got to go with them. And their great leader, at least the first 5 years, because that's as long as he lived. From 17, he died in 22. Lenin, the great leader, was also a theoretician, a scholar. I don't know if you've ever studied any of his work. The best book, I think, to this day, written on Russian economic history, written by Lenin. 600 pages analyzing how Russia came to be the successful and fantastic scholarship in detail. And anyway, so the world split. And the socialists who said Russia is the future, said we have to change our name. And they called themselves communists. The other ones who didn't like Russia or weren't so sure called themselves socialists. And they split. And for example, in a place like France, that's the date when the Communist Party was founded, 1920-21. And there have been Communist Party versus Socialist Party with lots of bitterness ever since. And you have that in many, many other countries, including the United States. That's when the Communist Party is formed here. By whom? By ex-socialists. In Russia, again, for long reasons, I have a book, if you're ever interested, which goes through the rise and fall of the economic system of the Soviet Union. Russia decided that traditional socialism was inadequate under the new circumstances. It wouldn't be adequate, they said, for the government to tax and regulate. This was the argument. You cannot leave the ownership and operation of the enterprise in private hands, because the private owner has a different network of incentives from what the government would have. And they, the private owners, will find ways to evade, avoid, get around, soften everything the government tries. If the government taxes them, they'll figure out how to escape it. The government regulates them, they'll figure out how to escape. By the way, the United States is an illustration. They had something to say. Anyway, their solution was the government should take over the ownership and operation. Many socialists had never said that. Many socialists to this day don't want that, don't believe in it. The Russian model, what became the Soviet model of socialism, had the government owning and operating. Therefore, the government said we can be now much more confident that the tax we impose, the regulation we impose, will be followed because these are our people. We're going to name who's on the board of directors. They're going to be state officials, not private individuals. There is no stock market in Soviet Russia. Nobody can buy a share of a company. We don't have any of that. At first, it was just industry, not agriculture. Eventually, they created what we call state farms that were state enterprises with farmers. What became the key difference between communists and socialists? Communists wanted state ownership and operation. Socialists did not. And to this day, in Western Europe, socialists do not demand what would be called the nationalization or the socialization of enterprises. They don't. At most, what they do is particular ones. These, they say, are important enough that the government should run them. So, for example, you may remember when you went to Paris years ago that everybody there smokes very strong cigarettes. But at that time, those were government businesses because tobacco had to be taxed and tobacco had a certain sinfulness attached to it, like alcohol, that the government insisted we're going to produce. Okay, so the French government produced all those cigarettes. To this day in France, the railways are all nationalized. So the SNCF, which is the Railroad of France, is a government operation. So it used to be that oil and gas and telephone and airline, Air France, that was a government operation. Now, because of the power of the United States in the second half of the 20th century, a number of those socialist ownerships have been privatized, have been sold back into the private sector. So Air France is once again a private company. And I think the EDF, that's called Électricité de France, is now once again private. That's the part of socialism in France that was undone. But there were other parts of socialism that were not. For example, just to give you an idea, if you have a baby in France, the government assigns you a social worker. You don't have to accept them if you don't want them, but you get one automatically. And the cost is nothing. And that person is there to help you, I think, the first 6 months. And you can ask them to do anything. Change the baby, bathe the baby, go out shopping. The assumption is you need help as a new parent, to get used to all of that. So you get this. National health, the higher education. Bread is subsidized in France. The socialists pushed all that stuff through. Here's one that Americans always look at me and they get that sad look in their face, like the puppy who hasn't gotten his bone to chew. I say to them, in France, it's the law. The minute you graduate from high school or college, you take your first job. Your employer has to give you 5 weeks paid vacation.
5 weeks.
You don't have to bargain for it, go on strike for it, ask for it. No. It's automatic because it's part of a decent life that you have time off without having to worry about the money. Americans look at me as if I have described to them
an
some
alien world.
Place way up in the sky in heaven that some nasty person invented just to make them feel bad that they don't have anything like it. I tell them most Americans don't get 5 weeks paid vacation.
Yeah, what's up with
After
like
20 years on the job? I mean, it's just socialists did that and so popular.
Yeah, like I feel like I paid out like a lot of money in taxes and yeah, I'm on disability and I'm getting some of it back, I guess.
Popular is it that no,
but like in terms of benefits when I needed them, they weren't there.
Conservative government, there have been many, would dare touch it because he'd be voted out of office in 10, maybe 12 minutes. What has happened in the world economy is not the passage from capitalism to socialism. It's from one kind of capitalism to another, from American capitalism to Chinese. In China, you have employers and employees, both private and public, because China is an interesting hybrid. It takes half of China is like the United States and Britain, private companies, private employers, all that. The other half is government owned. So half Soviet, half American. It's figured out a hybrid which has the following interesting quality. Grows a hell of a lot faster than either of the others, which isn't so surprising. It's why you make hybrids. Every farmer in America will tell you that. So China is a new kind of capitalism. It mingles socialism, lots of government. It mingles the old socialism, government regulating private enterprise. That's half of China. And it mingles Soviet socialism. The other half of the Chinese economy, government-owned, operated enterprises. Wow, it's the latest kind of socialism, and it calls itself that. And it has a communist party that's in charge of managing this socialism that they have. But the irony is, it still leaves the open question, which comes from Marx. But the issue is, beyond all of that, not that
I've been doing this for 7 hours.
Look,
Jesus
it's created
Christ.
China. It's created a whole new world economy. I don't want to minimize that at all. But it still leaves open that the next step in human evolution will be, whether it happens first in the U.S. with a declining capitalism, or first in China with a rising capitalism, who will be the first and why to make the break and to try to organize a democratized economic system? And the kernels of it, the seeds of it, the beginning, are the existence of worker co-ops that are all over the world, including in the United States, and have been here for a long time. It's not a question of discovering something new. It's a question of readapting an older form under new circumstances to play a new role in society. Whatever we think of democracy, the reason our political democracy, to the extent we have one, doesn't work as well as it could or should, is because we try to marry it with an economic system that is not democratic. When you cross the threshold into your factory, your office, your store, you give up democracy. You are agreeing, by taking the job, to be told what to do, how to do, where to do it, when to do it, and that somebody else will tell you, we don't need you anymore, go home. It's Friday, have a nice weekend, don't come back on Monday. It's incredible that we do that. That's not democracy. We have no say in that. Somebody else decides whether what we do is valuable or not, adequate or not. It's amazing. We accept this. There will come a time when we will not. Just like people accepted there has to be a king. I make a joke in my classes. We didn't get rid of kings. We allowed them to change their name and come back with a disguise. We call them CEOs. That's what they are, little kings in their little kingdoms, where they sit in the prime office with lots of furnishings and lots of servants.
Oh my God, I've never heard that before, and I think he's right. We don't have kings anymore. We have CEOs.
Everybody else what to do. We got rid of the king. We don't regret it. Let's get rid of the king and the enterprise. We won't regret it either. It will not only make the enterprise into a democratic community, but it'll make the effort to do it where we live much realer than it is now. We have to learn our own history. We, the Americans, have to do with China what the British had to do with the American colony that broke away. Work something out. You can do here, we'll do over there. The planet can handle both of us if we work together, and we will destroy each other, which serves nobody if we don't. I think that will be the debate, and I want to think that the wiser heads will prevail, and another person who will then come to be known as George Washington will say, this is the way we ought to go, and people will say, George, go out there, talk with Xi Jinping or whoever comes later and work this out. And they will work it out.
Let's talk about that. The first thing is to remember, very simply, and it's about whether the dollar is losing its primacy in the world, and more importantly, if it is, because it is, what are the implications? What does it mean for the United States? Will there be a collapse? What are the other consequences? Very important question. So let me begin by assuring you that yes, the dollar is losing its primacy. There really is no question about this. The disagreement is how fast this process is going and will go, not about whether it will happen, except for a few, mostly on the right wing of political thinking, but even the most steadfast supporters of capitalism and supporters of the United States are able to see that the dollar is literally losing its global position. And what was that global position? Well, it was the dominant currency of the world, pretty much since the end of the Second World War. So that's 75 years and counting. In many countries, the dollar exists as a currency alongside of, or in some cases, instead of that country's currency. Central banks around the world use dollars as part of their reserve alongside gold and other valuable things to show that they can support their currency. And the more the world needs and uses dollars, the more the United States has enjoyed an impeccable economic gain from that. First of all, we give the world dollars in exchange for something. We don't just hand it out. We get something as a nation, as an economy. For example, if we import goods and services and pay for them with dollars, we get something that is worth the work that went into it. The French wine, the Chinese consumer goods, the Indian technology products. And all we give them is cheap little pieces of paper, dollar bills, $100 bills, or the electronic equivalent. It's a wonderful way to get the wealth produced around the world and to give in exchange merely a claim on some wealth that may never be actually demanding something because they use the dollars and buy them and sell them and keep them. Many of the people around the world use the dollars that they accept in exchange for the goods and services they produce to lend those dollars back to the United States government, thereby funding our wars and many of our ongoing governmental activities. And why is that important? Because that allows the government not to tax Americans, but instead to borrow the money from all those who have dollars and are willing to lend it. So the benefits to the United States have been enormous. As the dollar loses its primacy, as more and more people around the world stop using the dollar, reduce using the dollar, all those advantages and many more I don't have the time to go into are being lost. And the impact on the American economy will be large and cumulative over time. Well, then why is the dollar losing its primacy? Much of it has to do with geopolitics. To put it very bluntly and simply, other parts of the world don't want to keep having workers produce and businesses produce valuable goods and services, shipping them to the United States and getting in return dollars. They want the benefits of a currency like the United States has gotten, but they want to share it in it too by having their currency become as important as the United States. Chief among them, the Europeans with the euro, the Chinese with the yuan, and so on. And they have been acting to realize that objective. The most important steps, BRICS, a global alliance, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, with at least another 6 to 10 nations applying now to join BRICS. They want to develop a non-dollar based trade among them. And these are nearly half the population of this planet. They are talking about trading in either the Chinese currency, because that's the most powerful economy among them, or in some organized currency that they set up for this purpose. That's the most tangible change. Here's another one. Literally a few days ago, the Chinese brokered an agreement between Iran and Saudi Arabia, overcoming the hostility and the wars between them, direct and indirect, overcoming much of the split between Shiite and Sunni Islam. They're opening embassies in each other's countries, the Iranians and the Saudis. And please be aware that Saudi Arabia is the largest producer of oil in the world and is now closer to China, with whom it is trading more and more than it used to be with the United States. That shift is crucial. Trade in oil used to be done in dollars, requiring everyone to keep and hold dollars. China and Saudi Arabia are discussing what they call the petro-yuan, that is, trade in oil denominated in the Chinese currency. The value of the dollar in relationship to other currencies is therefore likely going to fall in the years ahead. That will make imports into the United States, which we now depend on, much more expensive. It will therefore also drive up the price of those imports, and that will be an inflationary boost when the United States needs it least. We will become more and more of an exporter. As our dollar goes down in value, our goods become cheaper for people buying the devalued dollar. It will shift our economy around. Those shifts are always difficult. They may, if they're not properly prepared for, not properly managed, produce a crisis. And it could be as serious as the crisis that threatens from the collapse of the American banking system in recent weeks. So yeah, it is a dangerous, or it could be, but it is more a long-term readjustment of the world that Americans having a hard time getting their heads around. We are not the dominant player in the world today as we were for most of the last century. That is over. And more important than anything is to come to terms with that reality, because it is becoming truer and truer with each passing week. A question that has bothered many of us. I've spent quite a bit of time trying to answer this, so the question is simple. Why have the European countries, kind of lockstep fashion, swung in behind the United States in terms of supporting Ukraine in the war with Russia, supplying Ukraine with weapons, lots of them, financial assistance, lots of it, and generally whooping it up in all the forums of the world against Russia and for
I just got
Ukraine.
2 months of
In a crude
sub.
way, we can ask, what's in it for Europe? Why
So I just got 2 months of sub for this game Quimfall for $5, which is like really cool. Like, and it helps with my storage a bit more, which is good. Okay, so I have all this stuff. I will go back to the storage now. No, I don't know. I'll go this way. I guess I'm gonna buy storage. Oops, no. Damn it. actually don't think my inventory needs to be bigger. I think it's my storage slots that do. There, that will make it a little bit better. I got a bank expansion. Wait, that does not look like a bank expansion. What the fuck happened there? Oh, for all my characters, okay. No, this was worth doing. But I don't see... Okay, so I expanded the individual. Maybe I need to relog. I don't know. Let's go to the main menu, relog, and see if it fixes it. That. Oh, probably login. Oh no, I'm out. I'm out. Well, no, I'm gonna have to sell ingots. That's okay. I gotta do something I forgot. I'll be right back. Okay, all set. Sorry about that. Had a bunch of stuff I had to do because we got the house cleaners coming today, so I kind of like did all the stuff in the house to get ready for her to come here. Okay, so yes, I'm looking at the Depot Keeper. I don't see how I have more storage. I don't see. Well, oh, store, I see. There are items that I have to use. I see. You can use this to permanently increase the individual storage slot count for all your characters. There we are. I was like, I don't really understand. And then here's my inventory and storage slot expansion for 30 days. There we are. Much better. I was like, I don't really understand what the difference is. And then how do you expand the clan thing? Oh, anyway, there's more storage space. That's good. Yeah, and while that was nice, it wasn't really amazing, but it did help. It did help a little bit with it. They want to get a little bit of money out of you. Who's this? It's an E-L-E. Ella. I've got 150K. I think before I go about my business here, I want to visit the market attendant or something. Yes, the market attendant, deputy keeper. There we go. I want to look at armor sets for levels 20 to 25, 20, 25 for armor, robe. I want you to sort by the grade. Search. Yep, and then sort by the grade. 95 for 150. Next one is cheaper. Yeah, that's a significant upgrade. We'll take it for 2,500. That's cheap. Helmet, 25K for, yep, significant upgrade. I'll take it. Gauntlet, 4,500. I'll take it. Boots, 75. Go.
Are they doing this? Well, here's the answer as best I can fashion it. First of all, the Europeans did it out of habit. For the last 75 years, since the end of World War II, most of Western Europe has felt supported by the United States, protected by the United States military, and having their interests best served economically, politically, culturally, militarily, by being good allies of the United States. That's what their politicians in power today, that's what they have felt and believed and been trained in throughout the entirety of their careers. That's their go-to place in general. The second reason is that the United States effectively persuaded the Europeans, if they didn't already believe it, that in a contest between the United States with its GDP of $21 trillion and Russia with its GDP of $1.5 trillion, the outcome would come quickly, happily, and definitively. In other words, Russia would collapse. And if you go back and look at the headlines across Europe in the weeks after February of 2022. That's what they all predicted. So it was a way of being close to Mother US at little risk, given what they thought would happen. Other than that, the beneficiaries in Europe were the military producers, and that's an important group of businessmen and women, because they could see that the demand for equipment to send to Ukraine would require that that equipment be replaced, and that would be fat orders for their military. It would also be good news for the military themselves, best illustrated by Germany, which appropriated a vast additional amount of money to its armed forces compared to what they have been doing for years into the past. So the military benefited. And here's another one. A number of governments have shifted from the center left to the center right. The center left is typically more skeptical about the alliance with the United States. They support it, but with criticism, with skepticism. The center right champions it as what's best for Europe. So swinging in behind the United States was a chance for the center right to prevail, to build up in the publicity around protecting Ukraine, political support for themselves inside each of their countries. But here, then, what happened? It didn't work out. The Europeans got those benefits, but they have also incurred spectacular costs, and it's crystal clear to me that they miscalculated badly. The costs are huge. The first one comes from the fact that they misunderstood, and in all likelihood, the United States led them in that misunderstanding, that Russia would fold and collapse overnight. It's easy, of course, for me to say that, and the promised collapse is nowhere in sight. But they should have understood what the connections built up over years between Russia, Turkey, India, and above all China, what they would mean, that the Russians would have friends, that the Russians would have allies, that the Russians would be able to solve the problems of the sanctions from the West against them by simply doing what President Obama once called American foreign policy's big change. He called it pivot to Asia. Well, Russia pivoted way more than the United States, and boy, did it pay off. Russia is powerful. Russia has really big friends, selling its oil and gas to them, trading more with them. Russia has really pivoted to Asia. And the Europeans are caught. They miscalculated. They are looking for a way out. It's hard for them to find one. They don't want to disappoint the United States, but they're afraid. And I want to end today by making it clear what they're afraid of. That their miscalculation may have made them, and this is the important point, choose the wrong way. What do I mean? There are now two blocks in the world. It's more clear today than it ever has been. On the one hand, the United States with Europe. On the other hand, China, Russia, Iran, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, the BRICS countries, and the new countries applying for entrance into BRICS. That's half the world's people, if not more, with a powerful economic machine at its base in China. Wow. The Europeans are caught between the United States, their old ally, and the temptation to find a new ally where there's more money to be made, where there's more trade to be done, where there's a safer ally to work with. And watching the ceremony a week ago, when China brokered a peace between the Sunni and the Shiite Islamic communities, between Iran and Saudi Arabia, under the auspices of China. Peace where there was war, prosperity where there wasn't. China, one of the world's leading countries needing energy, is now the protector of the two most important countries producing oil in the world. Iran, Saudi Arabia, they already have Russia. Wow. The world is splitting, and the anguish in Europe is, did we choose wrong? And even if the consensus remains, no, we didn't, it would be very naive for anyone to doubt that that question is being asked more and more with ever greater urgency day after day, and may explode into the public view at any moment. The world is changing in major ways, and the direction of change is now clear, and Europe is right at the cusp of what it means to stop denying and to finally confront the implications of these changes for each European country. Now the question is, when will we have the political leadership to face it, to explain it to the American people, and to begin to work out a plan for how to handle this situation? And by plan, I don't mean threatening nuclear war or any of those other quote-unquote solutions that are worse than the problem being presented. The world is changing very fundamentally. What will the United States do? Continue its denial of what's going on? Threat, as they have, China with war, despite the fact that China has nuclear weapons and the Russians do too, and they are now allied in good part because of the United States? Or are we going to sit down and work something out? Are we going to tell the American people, honestly, our empire is declining? The next one looks to be Chinese. Or if it isn't Chinese, it's going to be a multinational replacement of the kind of dominance that the Persians or the Dutch or the British or the Americans operated. Folks, there is no contest anymore. It's over. There is a new major player in the world, and they're having a conference right now that should be the single most important issue on our front pages, on our social media, because this is changing everything. Every country, every business is calculating, whoa, where do we shift our investments? Where do we try to source our inputs? Where do we look for markets in a changing world that has now really reached an inflection point? A big shift. 40 years ago, if you made a list of the poorest countries in the world, China would have been on it. China for a long time has been one of the poorest countries on this planet. So they could have decent jobs, decent incomes, provide education, health care, and decent housing for their families, for their communities, and for their nation. And 40 years ago, if you had talked to the leaders of any of the countries in Asia, Africa, and Latin America, they would have told you that's their top priority. Well, 40 years later, I'm going to tell you the results. Far and away, the most successful poor country to overcome its poverty has been the People's Republic of China. That's the reality. For most of the last 40 years, their economy grew at about 6 to 9%. Their GD, gross domestic product, a rough measure of the total output of goods and services, it grew 6 to 9% per year. What we know about the history of every other empire that also grew, was powerful, and then died, was that